Karma up on the screen. To call the meeting to order with a resolution.
It's moved by Councillor MacDonald, seconded by Councillor Landry, that the special meeting of the Council of the United Counties of Stormont, Dundas and Glengarry be hereby called to order.
All those in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, that's carried. The agenda.
It's moved by Councillor Landry, seconded by Councillor Densham, that Council approve the agenda.
All those in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, that's carried. Any disclosures of pecuniary interest or general nature thereof? Seeing none. We'll move into the agenda items, and Madam CAO.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Welcome everybody this morning. We have a fantastic day planned to go through our 2023 draft budget deliberations. Staff internally have had multiple meetings. They've reviewed their projects. They've gone through operations. I think that everybody is looking forward to providing you more background on what we have included in the budget and what you can look forward to in 2023. To begin, we're going to have Mrs. Russell do a presentation, but then we'll move through within our document. We'll move through department by department. So thank you again, and this is one of my favorite days to be able to go through budgets for our services. So with that, I think we could hand it over to Mrs. Russell.
All right, good morning, Council. It's nice to see so many new faces around here for the first budget meeting of the new Council. So I'm happy to have provided the document to you for the 2023 budget. So I'm just going to go over a few key points of the budget that was outlined in your document, just the main points that were outlined in the introduction. The 2023 budget was quite challenging, especially with the raising inflation, but we are very pleased to be able to present the document to you for the 2023 budget. The proposed increase in tax rate is 3.73%, adding nearly $2.9 million to the budget for 2023, the tax revenue. The average residential property value remains at the 2020 assessment value, with MPAC having the phase-in not being completed. So that would be $220,459 per average house. And based on that assessment, the annual increase is $48.47 over 2022. For inflation purposes, I just wanted to outline for every $100,000 in assessment, it's about $611 in county taxes. And I just also wanted to mention that services delivered by external agencies include the Eastern Ontario Health Unit, City of Cornwall Shared Services, and the OPP Police contract. And any changes made throughout this budget by Council, we'll be making notes along the way, so we'll be able to provide you with the number at the end of the meeting, and we can possibly just give you the tax rate impact at the end of the meeting. Okay, so the residential property class is the largest assessment class, making up 74% of the tax revenue, followed by farm and managed forest, then commercial properties. Tax ratios are determined for the weighted assessment. For example, a residential tax ratio is always equal to 1. Farm and managed forest is 0.25, and just as an example, commercial is 1.63. So the graph that is attached shows you the phased CVA that MPAC provides, and the weighted assessment is based on the tax ratios that the county has adopted. This year, there's 2 new subclasses, commercial industrial on-farm business class for the second category. We already have adopted the first small on-farm industrial and commercial class. However, there were only 2 properties that would have qualified under these property classes, and they're not considered in this budget. We did discuss it at a treasurer's meeting, and there wasn't any indication that we wanted to accept them, but it's up to council if they decide they want to accept the second class. Should council decide to adopt them, it does not change the tax levy that we would be taking in. Assessments continue to be based on the 2016 phase-in period, and it is anticipated that the 2024 will see changes to assessments. However, it's unknown to what extent. MPAC is waiting for the province to provide some indication and communicate how those MPAC assessments will happen for the future 2024 assessments. And just to provide a quick overview, the Municipal Act requires a balanced budget. The main revenue source is from taxation, making up 78% of tax revenue. The rest of the 2023 budget is funded by fees and fines, reserves, and other funding sources such as gas tax. Now it's Canada Community Building Fund, OSIF, and OMPF funding. So revenue comes in and we spend the same amount of money that we budget for. So the services of, the cost of providing services for 2023 I've summarized by service area. The largest cost is the transportation department, taking in 52% of the expenses, and followed by health and social services at 17% and policing at 14%. Okay, so I just, if anyone has any questions about that, I'd be happy to answer. But one thing I did want to communicate to council, because I thought I'd be asked, so I went and canvassed some counties in the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus group. I was able to canvass 10 counties of what their proposed budgets were going in and who's had their budgets approved already. Tax rate increases were being proposed anywhere from 4.61% to 10.3%. Of the half that have been approved, the tax rate increases start at 3.81% up to 7.91% in our group of counties. So I just wanted to kind of give you an indication of where other counties are at with their budgets. So 5 have been approved, 5 are still in the queue, and so we're kind of in a great range right now of what we're bringing you today. Any questions? No? Okay.
All right. So through you, Mr. Warden, I'll start with taking you to page 20 of your budget package. And I'll just give a quick overview of the highlights for the council budget for 2023. So starting page 20, council wages and benefits. This amount includes all honorariums and per diems, which have increased by 3% for this year. This amount has also been increased. You'll see a slight increase to reflect a higher number of meetings to be attended by the new council. And it's also based on pre-pandemic meeting attendance. So that's the increase there. Council meetings and conferences, that's also increased slightly to an increase in cost and back to more in-person attendance throughout 2023. Council supplies and equipment, this includes our annual eScribe fee for the e-agenda system that we use, and it also includes $1,000 for miscellaneous equipment costs and repairs for council members. Council memberships, there's a slight increase. This includes association membership costs for AMO, EOWC, and the Municipal Employees Pension Committee, and there's also $1,000 within that line item for miscellaneous membership costs. Moving on to council functions and the banquet. In the draft budget, we currently have $9,000 for functions and the banquet, which is $5,000 for the warden's banquet and $4,000 for the inaugural meeting costs. We are proposing, if council's okay with it, to increase the banquet portion in this line item to $7,000. We had I guess, had a few challenges last year with banquet planning just because costs, catering costs, venue costs, rates have gone up so much. So we think an extra $2,000 for that would work for 2023. The other Warden's annual event, typically it's a golf tournament or a breakfast. That's a break-even event. We're fine with that break-even budget, so that's not reflected in today's draft budget. Moving on, council projects, there's $65,000 in the draft budget, and this includes $50,000 for council chambers upgrades. So we plan with IT to add wireless microphones to the staff tables behind you. We also would like to do a little bit of soundproofing in this room and add some ceiling speakers, some other tech, maybe come up with a better Zoom system as well, just kind of modernize the space a little bit going forward into 2023. We've also added $15,000 for the Ad Hoc Rural Education Committee as per the committee's terms of reference. So moving forward with that, they have a budget of $15,000 and it's reflected in this item here in the budget. And then council grants and donations. We've included $170,000 in the draft budget, and this includes donations for the following. It's $120,000 for the Mobile Crisis Response Unit. That's the OPPRN program that Detachment Commander Mark Hemrick spoke to. $30,000 of that has been included from the council donation reserve to help fund that program. We've included $15,000 for the St. Lawrence River Institute, which is an increase of $5,000 as per their request this year at council. We've included $25,000 for the Eastern Ontario Agri-Food Network. We're moving into year 3 of a 3-year commitment by council for that network. We've included $9,000 for the county's 6 local fairs, so that's $1,500 each. You'll note, though, we have received some letters from the fairs. They are requesting that we increase that, but that's totally up to council. It's been at $1,500 for numerous years now. And then every year we add $1,000, just a miscellaneous amount in the council grants and donations line, just to be used throughout the year at council's discretion. So one more note, actually, those committee lines at the end, that's for our joint SDG Accessibility Committee. So we are revamping the terms of reference for that joint committee. It serves all your local municipalities as well, and we'll probably have our first meeting in April, and those are those committee costs.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So I'm going to suggest at this time that we touch base after we hit each budget, and I see Councillor McDonald has his hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. I would like to see us increase the county fares. It's been the same since I've been on county council. Costs have gone up, and we really appreciate these committees that run these county fairs. So I would be in favor of moving it to the $3,000. I don't know how people want to do that, at maybe $500 a year for the next 3 years, or just go right to the $3,000. I think I would be behind that.
Thank you, Councillor. Thoughts to Councillor McDonald's proposition? Councillor Landry. And then Councillor Williams.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Warden. Yeah, I'm in full agreement to do looking at the increased. My only thought is looking at the additional, so there's not just the fares. Is it something maybe that could be more at the tail end of, to go through the budget and see where we lie and then come back to these items? Might be that's where I thought was going to be more at the tail end, where we would reallocate if we wanted to increase. But definitely I am in favor of supporting the doubling to 3,000 if this is where we're looking into it.
We'll have an opportunity to revisit at the end, but at this point, if suggestions pertinent to what the clerk had presented, we'll discuss that. But if you have thoughts you want to bring forward at a later on, we can do that as well. So you're in support of the 3,000, and then
I'm in support of the 3,000. I feel that we have invested quite a bit of money in our archiving, and this is part of it. This is the history. This is where it's created. So I think we need to keep supporting and helping the non-profit groups that are just looking at creating these events in our county. Thank you. Thank you,
Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Yes, I'm in agreement as well. I think these local fairs really build our communities, and we need to support them to make sure that they are maintained in the future. And so I fully support a $3,000 donation to each county fair.
Thank you, Councillor. Excuse me, Councillor Gano.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Through you, I just want to note my agreement with Councillor McDonald's proposal as well for the 3,000.
Okay, I'm just going to look around for nods to the councillor's thoughts. And his thought is to bump it right to 3,000 right off the bat? Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor McGillis.
That would equate to 18,000 in total annually increased?
Yes, it's an increase of $9,000, which would bring it to $18,000 for the year for the fairs.
Okay, I agree too.
Okay, thank you. So if we could have that included, please.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Warden. Rebecca will note that, and then we'll review it at the end, and we can work on individual motions at the end of the session or lump it all into one motion at the end, but we do have it noted.
Any other thoughts about the council budget? Council and committees? Any other thoughts at this time? Okay. We'll move on then.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Warden, then, I will draw your attention to page 62 in your budget package and present the Corporate Services Department budget highlights for 2023. So starting at the top, wages and benefits, this amount has also increased by 3% based on the county's CPI policy. We have also included in this line half a year's salary for a new position. We're proposing a manager of human resources, which CAO Adams will speak to in just a moment. Meetings and conferences, this includes amounts for conferences and training for departmental staff, mileage, and various membership fees. 911 service, this is our annual amount for 911 answering services, which also includes service for the city of Cornwall. This amount is increased by CPI, and we also just this week received a population adjustment increase that's not included in the budget. It's $2,700 that we'll have to add to this line item, but Treasurer Russell is aware and has added it in. Health and safety, this amount covers the cost of our health and safety training platform, which administers training for new staff, summer students, and seasonal staff. There is a slight increase for the platform fee this year. This amount also includes staff-wide training modules, required joint health and safety committee member certification training, and the continuation of the hearing conservation program. Emergency preparedness, this budget covers training, exercises, and meeting requirements, as well as EOWC telecommunication systems. New in the 2023 budget this year for emergency preparedness is an item regarding rapid response technology to improve MECG response capabilities. Some of you use apps at the local level, who's responding and whatnot. Your fire departments do as well, so the county's looking at getting on board with something like that just to communicate better with our MECG group. Projects, we've included $79,000 in the draft budget, which includes $33,000 for the next phase of the SDG Historic Plaque Tour that's been administered by Todd Lyhu, $6,000 for an upcoming council strategic planning session, hopefully that we'll get that rolling in the springtime, and then $40,000 for the final phase of the electronic records management project, which we will most likely be using modernization funding for. Thank you.
Thoughts on the clerk's presentation of the corporate services budget? Yes, Councillor McDonald.
Yes, thank you. Given the HR manager position, two questions. One, you have it budgeted this year for half the amount, which means next year, without trying, we'll probably add another $50,000 to that budget. So that's just the financial implication down the road. And additionally, when it comes to adding positions that are to support the lower tiers, all in favor of that. I guess on a philosophical bent, I think the more we can do, the better. There is a however with this. How will we know that this position is successfully supporting the lower tiers, that it doesn't get absorbed by the county? What will we know a win looks like, right? So if we come back after a year's time of trying this out and we look at all our lower tier models and they say, well, they're not helping us out at all, then the reason for justifying this position isn't so much there unless it's a position for the county, at which point it can be justified as that. I just want to make sure that we're very clear of what it looks like to be successful with this position and helping the lower tiers, because that seems to be a large part of my okayness in justifying this position.
Thank you for your question, Councillor. I believe Madam CAO would have thoughts on that.
Thank you, Mr. Warden, and through you. The intent of the position, we have put it in for half a year, and so the intent would be in 2024, it would be a full year component within the budget. And I think when we look at our local municipalities and the upper tier, and you look at the staffing components that we have, we don't have a professional human resource position anywhere within our municipalities. So per some of the notes, I think that this position would be a good resource for local municipalities dealing with sensitive human resource matters. So it could be an item dealing with a workplace investigation. A good resource should be able to also take on some of those workplace investigations internally. I think it also provides some, I'm going to say, independence if there is something like that were to occur in a local municipality and something needs to be investigated. We are small working groups, and so if you had someone that's not right in that local municipality day to day, I think there's a good opportunity for that individual to go in and support the CAO to look into that. I think that policy development, standardization of policies where we can, if there's a willingness to do that, I think that those are things that very quickly out of the gate would provide benefit to the local municipalities. I think the role also could help with recruitment. So maybe not always the more junior positions, but if there's a more senior position in a municipality and they're struggling to recruit for that position, then there might be an opportunity for this role to have more input and influence depending on what other strategies we could take to recruit for those positions. I think that some assistance could be provided with collective bargaining, but I recognize not all local municipalities have collective agreements. And I think that training and development is another thing that has come up multiple times. And training and development in areas that are more difficult to kind of get together and plan. So leadership training has come up in multiple discussions that I've had with CAOs, right? You want your staff to be able to come up and have the ability to grow into management roles, people supervision. And so those are some of the high-level benefits. I think to your question, Councillor McDonald, we probably would be able to come back to council and indicate the types of measurements that role has done to support the local municipalities. So the intent of the position is very much there to be available for those municipalities. We might offset some costs that we would go outside for support, but I don't believe, to be honest with council, I don't believe that bringing in this resource is going to, save external costs to the point of recovery for that position.
Yes, follow up, please.
So that is all great, and if I may then put a philosophical bent on this, it does make sense for us to standardize as much as we can. I was noting the crises we've had in the last little while, like save our schools, hospitals, and mental health, and housing, staffing, and now inflation. So with this inflation cost, we do have to look at our bottom lines, and I think there's a lot of opportunity for standardization across municipalities. If I may take a quarter moment to ramble on, like even just on the treasury, we all collect education dollars. There's 6 people we reconcile to the county. There's a lot of multiple reconciliations. So just a thought to plant a seed over the next 4 years, that the more we can work together and take regional approaches and truly do it and invest and agree with it, we can save money in this way over the long term and provide a better level of service. So I'm in favor, and I will obviously, just to be fair to South Glengarry, look back at staff in a year's time, and I probably will report back to see if it is working on our end, and we'll refine it from there. But I would support it under that.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor McGillis.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. We hired our own HR position at our municipality of South Stormont, and mostly it's an assistant to the CAO. That's what she's doing during the day. But it would made a real difference for our staff and administration of some of the things that our CEO had mentioned here today. It does take a lot of weight off their shoulders to have the one person doing all the things that you had mentioned. I just wondered, question is, how many municipalities have their own HR position there available?
So, Councilor McGillis, just like a show of hands, who has HR positions, dedicated HR positions? So I think I see two, South Glengarry and South Stormont. Anything further? Yes, Councilor Densham.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. And through you, actually, we had a recent consultant come in and take a look at our organization, and they were suggesting that we were lacking in the area of HR. So very much support what's going on to Councillor McDonald's thoughts there. I think it will be good once we have this individual in place to have the individual go out and survey what are the real needs that each CAO looks at, and then maybe compile that, come back to council with a report so that we can understand effectively those would be the measures of success. Is, are we actually supporting the CAOs in the areas where they need support, and then we can get a better gauge as well as to whether or not we, I would expect we'd have the right expertise, but do we have the right amount of resources, and how do we balance consulting alongside that as well, so that they can build a bit of a plan out. But very much in support of this. I think we in North Stormont would benefit from this very much. Thank you.
Anything further about the HR or about the corporate services? Thank you very much.
All right, I'm up again. So taking your attention to page 67 of the budget package, I'll just walk through the police budget highlights for 2023. This budget was reviewed last term, at the end of last term, by the PSB board, the Police Services Board. So revenue, we have our standard revenue line items before you: RIDE grant funding, provincial funding, which is a victim services grant that the OPP was successful in securing, so we're finishing up that this year, and then also our county alarm program revenues. Expenses, our alarm registration program. The county does administer a false alarm program through a part-time alarm program coordinator. This amount in the budget reflects wages, benefits, equipment, office supplies, advertising, and postage for this program. OPP contract. There is a decrease, you'll notice, in the contract for 2023. The billing package is issued by the province each year and is included in your budget package. Contract costs are based on a combination of fixed costs plus calls for service. Equipment, we have nothing budgeted for 2023. In 2022, you'll see there was an amount there. It was included for new OPP defibrillators. Memberships, legal and audit fees. These are various membership fees and audit fees for the PSB, OAPSB membership and whatnot. There's slight increases just due to increases in costs this year for those. Community initiatives, the standard $5,000 for the Police Services Board to spend in 2023 has been added, and we've also added an additional $5,000, which was requested by the detachment commander for various detachment initiatives throughout the year, but spending of these amounts are all approved, taken to the Police Services Board and approved by the board before they're spent. So overall, there is a decrease in this budget for 2023. We have put in the use of the standard surplus amount of $120,000 to also bring overall cost to the, reduce overall cost to the budget for 2023. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Questions, comments for the clerk? Councilor McDonald. I know to look immediately.
Yeah. Thank you, Warden, and I'll be here all day. So with that, and maybe I should have mentioned it before, and I'm okay with where it is now. I just, wages, the OPP contract went down $267,000. Was any of that as a result that you know of the RM program? And then would there be any interest, because that RM program, it does fall within council, I saw earlier. As it is like an OPP matter by proxy, I guess, would it make sense to put it in here and have that wage line different? I'm okay either way. So my main question is, does the RN program save those wages? Like, is that directly because of that? I think it's more than it would be. And then just thoughts on where the discussion was when you were building the budget as to why RN fell under council grants and donations, essentially.
Through you, I'm not sure if the RM program would reduce overall wages in that billing package submitted by the province, but we did add the 122 council donations. We're treating it as a council donation this year, but we did have Detachment Commander Mark Hemmert request that it's a permanent line item moving forward. We're going to bring that to the Police Services Board this year and have those discussions moving into 2024, and that could be an option for council next year.
Anything further to the police services budget? Seeing nothing. Thank you.
Can Councillor Williams see the? Okay. Okay, Deb.
Yes, please, Mr. Young.
Thank you, Warden. Thank you, Council. So this is the now combined department of the new Planning and Economic Development Services Department. And I'll just go through planning, then economic development, and then tourism. So start with planning. So in terms of the highlights, you'll see some of your legal costs have gone down significantly from the county OP budget line, and that's because we've resolved the majority. There's only one or two left of appeals. We're now collecting severance revenue on behalf of all the municipalities and conservation authorities through the cloud permit system, and that's going really well. That the staff at the local level don't have to track down everyone's payment. It's all kind of one check, and we issue them quarterly to the municipalities. Also doing planning services now in South Dundas, North Stormont, and North Glengarry. Development activities remained relatively the same. We had about 200 severances in 2021, 190 2022. We're on pace about the same amount so far this year. Another major project is working with the City of Cornwall and our local municipalities on facilitating affordable housing, which you'll be seeing requests for specific transfers in the coming months. So for 2023, these projects, the major projects, they're all funded either through reserves, kind of carryover projects from last year, some in case we're waiting for some of the LiDAR data, the elevation data for some of the floodplain mapping, and other ones we received grants for from the provincial government or federal government. So the floodplain mapping, the growth management study, development charges, reviewing the zoning bylaws for all 6 local municipalities, and doing a joint subdivision manual with the local municipalities. Those are well underway, and I think the zoning review actually will be posting the report on the website this week. Subdivision manual, still a few meetings to go to finalize that. Forest cover mapping, we had planned to do it last year, but waiting for the LiDAR data with the elevation data, which will help us get more accurate results. So you'll see an update, hopefully, of the forest cover mapping, or the forest cover overall by municipality, compared to the work that was done in 2016 and in 2008. So council's aware of the trends and changes that have taken place in the landscape. You'll also notice under the 2023 budget options, at the county level and at the local municipal level, we're all trying to work through Bill 23 and some of the changes that have been made by the provincial government. One of the main ones that impacts the work we do in planning is removing the ability for conservation authorities to offer environmental planning services. Council may recall, and several of you have been on the boards of conservation authorities as well, that's always been one of their key roles, is to help us out at the local municipalities and the county when there's significant woodlands, wetlands, other features, help make sure the right features are protected, or if there's a study that says, you know, they're not as significant, someone to help back us up and provide review on behalf of the municipalities. So Bill 23 came out and was passed, and then over the Christmas break, the regulation was passed that affected what the conservation authorities could do. So we met with all the local planning staff and the CAs as well in late January. So this was thankfully just on time for budget discussions, but we talked with all the local staff, and I think there was a consensus that this is something, we have so many applications that are affecting the environment, environmental features, and that currently it's a shared service offered by our 3 local conservation authorities, and each of them have 1 or 2 staff that they're kind of working on this, but it was felt that SDG could provide that planning service as a shared resource to replace what the CAs are no longer allowed to offer anymore. So we are proposing that additional FTE. We're proposing that a portion of the cost could be recovered through increasing or adjusting the fees. Traditionally, we haven't charged the local municipalities for neither of the CAs for like a minor variance. They don't always charge because usually it's a fairly small project. It doesn't take that long to provide comments. Let's say you want to reduce the setback for the waterfront. But for severances and for subdivisions, more larger applications, traditionally there has been a fee. So we could get a bit closer to cost recovery if we charged the local applications as well. But the current proposal is just to look at the county fees for severances. That's the majority of the work that's being done, which again is a couple hundred applications a year to be screening. And then also to support the local municipalities as needed. I don't think there's too much of a difference. Especially most of the development is the rural ones that you're worrying about, the subdivisions as well. So that's the planning budget, and I just noted also, I think I noted in the economic development, just with the new structure, we've kind of shifted around some of the costs as well. So the planning, I think relative to last year is almost the same, but some of the costs are now just moved among the 3 divisions and reallocated. So that's planning, if there's any questions on that.
Yes, there are some, but before I release it to the floor, the budget option you're referring to, Mr. Young, that $40,000, that isn't in the budget at this point. That's the option that we're going to consider.
So what, thank you, Warden. So what's in the options is, this is a new position, so it's in addition to the service the county currently provides. Right now, the salary would be offset about a third to maybe a 40% would be offset by fees. The rest would be covered through the levy. We could look at offsetting that with higher fees or charging the local municipality as well. But right now, the option is that if this is not done, then the municipalities and the counties would have to go out to consultants. I know just going through that process for the natural heritage study, the cost we got from doing it through the CAs and kind of more the in-house public sector option was about 2/3 of the cost. So we'd anticipate higher cost as well. The challenge is there's not any local environmental consultants, so we'd be looking more to Ottawa and Toronto consultants, which usually means higher rates as well.
Right, okay, thank you. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. I'd definitely like to see us move to a cost recovery. What would that cost be to the proponent approximately per application?
So right now, like with the conservation authorities, when it's just a screening, it's about, they charge for any application, it's about $450. For ones that are just a screening, it's $125. For reviewing EIS or more intense, it's probably closer to it's usually charged cost recovery, maybe $120 an hour or 150 for the consultant, and then probably in the thousands, 1 to 3,000. So what's not included in this, the 40,000 is just for the applications. What South Nation and the CAs do is if there's a more detailed report, they'll charge per hour. So that's not included in this, but that's kind of that could be part of the bylaw. So if council does approve this through the budget, one of the next steps is in the March council meeting, we're bringing forth the updated fee schedule, so we could look at if the cost recovery is what council's looking at, we could look at updating the fees to reflect that.
I'd definitely be in favor of that. Thank you.
Councillor Densham.
Yeah, I too would support cost recovery. I think it's a good practice. It's one that's been established through the CAs already. So if we can borrow some best practices there and institute that, I'd support that as well.
Thank you. Councillor Bergeron.
I agree that we should have a position for the environmental assessment since Bill 23 has put us in that position. But I did have a question about planning projects, because when I look at budgets, I always compare last year, the year, and I see last year it was $7,000, and for this year you're projecting $261,000. So I was just wondering what this big project was, or if it's many projects that are coming up.
Sure, thank you for the question, and through the warden. So the planning projects is generally the consultant cost for some of those external projects. Some of this is because we only got the bill after, so we got, I think for one of the projects, all their 2021 work was about $40,000, but we only received it in late January after the budget was already kind of wrapped up. So the actuals will be adjusted in the future. And then partly, if we're looking at, it's under the planning expenses, some of them, like the floodplain study, Raisin Region has started some of that work, but we haven't actually paid them for the work. So that applies to the floodplain studies. The development charges, that's in there again. I think that's about 10,000's been spent, 25,000 still to go. The zoning review as well, that's one of the bills. We got, I think another bill, $80,000 in to kind of wrap up the project as well. So it's partly because the bills were a lot of the work took place in December and January because the deadline to finish the project was it was January 28th.
Right.
So partly it's just we didn't get the bills when the budget was published.
Thank you.
Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. This is a level of service question, and it can be taken another meeting if it's a long answer, but just a short answer for now would be, it seems in my South Dundas experience that your help is greatly appreciated. Would there be a model that makes sense where planning is done predominantly through the SDG counties? Because I would allow, like it's done similarly in South Glengarry as it would be in South Stormont, et cetera. And in that model, could you see us, like, I guess the counties in this case having slightly more staff, but saving money on the aggregate and providing better service?
Through the warden, that's definitely possible. If you look at the various counties, there's different models mixed throughout Eastern Ontario and the rest of Ontario. So one example would be Hastings would be more completely provided by the county. Renfrew is a bit of a mix. The smaller municipalities use the county, the larger ones have their own planner. Frontenac, 3 use the county, one's larger, about 2/3 of the population, they have their own planner. So I'd say there's a lot of models all over Eastern Ontario, and yeah, in terms of costs, I think one of the challenges for recruiting especially is that it's hard to get a very experienced person in every municipality. So so one of the benefits of us providing some of those services for the 3 smaller SDG municipalities is that we can kind of spread out our experience with the 3 municipalities. They don't need someone with 10 years experience in every single position. So I'd say overall there's a mix of models. So I'd say most counties would be similar to us where there's a mix where the smaller ones may use the county and the larger municipalities, if there's enough development activity, they may have their own planners.
That's an excellent point on the staffing matter. I forgot to put that in my crisis things now that, we're facing that. And you are right. In the larger models, you can have that position and then sub-position so you can train more and then people can step up. Because right now, and again, I go back to Treasury because that's what I know. You saw a treasurer move from South Glengarry to South Dundas to Cornwall, and then Cornwall's went to South Glengarry, and then there's one township holding that position vacant, right? So if we can do more together, there's more opportunity to bring those people together, and that's what you'll hear me say this over the next 4 years. I'm just planting that seed of as much as regional as we can, because I think there's an opportunity on aggregate for service excellence and probably costs the same.
Anything further for Mr. Young on the planning? Seeing none, we'll just move on then, please. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you for reminding me. The cost recovery to Councillor McDonald's thoughts, support of that. Show of hands. Okay, thank you. We'll move with cost recovery.
And just, sorry, through the warden, I don't think it would be 100% because some of it would be providing advice to residents who aren't just asking a question, so we wouldn't charge for that, but generally all the applications, yes. But we're looking at 40,000. It would be increased, yeah, based closer to what the cost of the salary would be. So I'll speak now to economic development, and I have our manager of economic development, Tara Kirkpatrick, with me as well. In terms of some of the highlights, you can see the regional incentives program. We had another successful intake, about 320,000 from the county, supporting a couple of million in new development. And we heard yesterday at the business breakfast in South Stormont some of the successes of the program. The Date My County contest received national attention and hundreds of applicants. A lot of, I think Tara estimated about 100,000 in free publicity to talk about people moving to the county, so that was really great. We have a site selection tool, and we've been working similar to the event yesterday, hosting and sponsoring events and working with our local businesses. So for 2023, can you continue on that project? Some of the money just coming from reserves to fund the next phase of the Date My County project and some of the marketing that the winners are responsible to do. We have the health recruitment summit coming up on March 3rd, and I know there's an RSVP and a link that Tara sent out as well. Some of the major things Tara's working on in terms of investment attraction, doing job fairs in Cornwall. We're going to Montreal and other places as well to support our employers. Working on some of the major projects, regional projects like GFL and the Long Sault Logistics Village as well, and lead generation. So usually the province will go through the counties and kind of go through Tara and she'll send that out to the local municipalities. We have a regional incentive program and an intake currently underway, so looking forward to bringing the results of that to council, and working on an enhanced website with marketing and investment attraction tools as well, including the Made in SDG branding. So those are the highlights for 2023. And as noted, some of the salaries and support costs from the department were reallocated, which is why you see kind of a jump in some of the line items, which is different than planning. And that's a presentation for economic development.
Thank you. Councillor Densham.
Thank you, Mr. Warden, and through you, and thank you for the work being done in the Health Recruitment Strategic Planning Summit. That's very important. I sit on the Winchester Hospital Board as well, and there's a pressure there, so very much appreciated there. Just one thing, and again, it's probably the fact that I'm new to this budget, but Last year, we had a transfer from reserves of about $550,000. This year, we're budgeting $595,000. I'm just wondering if you can help us understand, that's about $1 million and pretty much exhausts what I think I saw in the reserves budget there. Can you help me understand how that played out, whether this was part of the plan and what the plan was around that?
Certainly. Certainly. So part of the reserves is a shuffling of money. So what happened with last year was we received $100,000 in unexpected funding from the Tourism Relief Fund, which came from FedDev. As a result of that $100,000, we had anticipated taking $50,000 from the reserves to pay for Date My County, but the bulk of Date My County was actually unspent. So with Date My County, all of the advertising costs, so the cost to create the video, the cost to create all of the branded pieces was paid for through the Tourism Relief Fund. So there was a significant savings there of about $15,000. We continued to save through other ventures, including the fact that because of the pandemic, we were delayed in rolling out Date My County. So the Date My County actually only rolled out in August when it was anticipated to roll out shortly after budget approval. Because of those delays, we haven't actually paid any of the grant sums related to Date My County. So the 2022 funds were largely unspent and rolled into 2023. So half of the grant for Date My County is going to be paid in 2023, half will be paid in 2024. So those funds will actually roll in, so that's about $18,000 of the grant itself that goes to the applicants who are successful in winning the contest. The advertising fee was paid for through the Tourism Relief Fund, so that was a huge saving. So it pushed back into the reserves. And what we're asking for this year is that the funding for that the entirety of the $50,000 was unspent as a result. So what we're proposing is that we are budgeting for the cost of part of the program. So about $10,000 would be budgeted for 2023 to pay for the new Date My County. But the reserve is being used to offset the grant, and it's being for the next 2 years, and it's being shuffled about. And as I'm sorry, I hope I'm somewhat clear, just in that the money was put in the reserve, it stayed in the reserve in that piece. We also had a few tourism projects through the tourism budget, because our budgets are now blended, that were similarly affected. So through the reserve, with those savings, monies were spent, but then they were spent through the grant as opposed to through the reserve funds that were anticipated.
And I think, Rebecca, the largest one is the CIP monies, the RIP, where the project hasn't been completed yet, so it gets put into reserve, and then once they complete it and it's all signed off on, then they get their payment. But sometimes from when they get the grant to when they actually finish it, it could be a year or two.
Yeah, and with COVID, if I may, it was significantly delayed. So almost all of the projects have either said, we had COVID issues in terms of we couldn't get the materials, we couldn't get the labor, we got sick, everybody was booked, it rained forever. Like, there's 1,000,001 reasons why COVID delays the projects, which theoretically should be completed within 12 months. That's per their contract. We do allow a one-time 6-month extension for all of the projects. And under Tim's former approval, we'd actually extended some significantly beyond that 6-month cutoff so that we could complete the projects, because the spirit of the projects was there. They had started, and for numerous COVID-related reasons completely out of their control, they simply couldn't complete those projects. And in the most case, we do try to push them so that they're completed wherever possible within the calendar year, even though they might not be within their 12 months, so that by the time the new budget starts, we've accounted for them. So we actually had, unfortunately, 2 of the projects didn't move forward last year because of exigent circumstances. Divorce, deaths in the family are actually the common reasons why. It's totally fluke reasons why most of them don't go forward, but the majority of the projects do. So you will see that in the next year we are going to be completing a lot, because all of the 2022 projects are completed in 2023.
Thank you. Councillor Landry.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. So on that same subject, so is it safe to say, so we're seeing number 614 in 2021, 730 in 2023. Are we still looking at, I think it was a 250,000 investment. Is that still the number that we are allocating?
So the number we are asking for is 250,000 per year. So in the very first year, it was 100,000. Every year since, it's been at 250. You will note at the start of this project, it had indicated that we had $319,000 spent last year, and that was due to $70,000 worth of unspent projects that rolled back in. So under previous councils, from the very beginning of the program, we had asked, when a project doesn't get completed, or when it doesn't use the entirety of the amount spent, can we roll it back into the program? And last year was unprecedented in that we had 3 major projects, not all of them from the year before. A few of them were older that couldn't move forward. So we had one project that was worth $50,000. The other 2 were worth roughly 20 or 50, 60. They were worth about 10,000 each. And of those 3, we ended up with $70,000 extra to spend. But it wasn't that it was above what was budgeted, it's that they came from other budgeted years. So we had rolled those funds back in to utilize them to their full advantage. We also end up with cases where they might be, allocated $50,000, but maybe they actually come in at $90,000 instead of $100,000 in total cost, so they're not, just as an example, so they're not eligible for 50 because that's not their 50%. So all of those unspent funds also add up. So if we end up with $1,000 left over here and there from projects, it means that often we can fund an entirely new project within a year or 2, depending on how long they have to spend. And because of our calendar year of budgeting, we do multiple intakes a year, so we have multiple times where those funds come back out. So in this case, we actually have an intake right now whereby, we're going to be having our first intake closing February 24th. I'm anticipating it hitting council at the latest by April for your council meeting, and that's just because it has to go through 2 levels of approval. And the first level of approval is the Regional Incentives Program Approvals Committee, that is a committee of council. So they give the initial recommendations to council of who will approve those projects. A month later, usually, just because it depends on everybody's schedules, I will try and roll it out as fast as possible, but there is often a delay of up to another month to hit county council depending on the schedule for reporting. But we can also have a final intake, as we did last year, that was in the fall. So that means that the fall intakes, they tend to be disadvantaged just in that you can't actually break ground if you get approved in October. Unless you're doing an interior project, there's very little work that they could do between October and April. So often it's the later intakes that will ask for that extra time because time was taken from them in that they were granted time they couldn't use. They could plan, they could prepare, but typically most of our projects, by the time they make it to us, they have plans. They already have concrete initiatives because that's why we approve them. They're ready to go. But through weather and through other issues, those ones do take longer, and typically they're the ones that you're going to see in the reserves a little bit longer because they didn't have as much time as the people who got approved in April.
Good. Councillor Lang, then Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Warden, through you. How much coordination is there between yourself and the local ECDEV people? Are you guys, is there overlap? Are you guys working together? Because we're both doing the same job, I think. You're more of a regional, but I just worry that sometimes, we've got 2 people doing the same thing out there. And I'm just hoping that we're coordinating and trying to divide that work up and so more is getting done.
To your point, for sure, we work very, very closely with the EDOs. So we are typically a team of 6. We have 6 municipalities. I'm working at the county level, so with the county and the municipalities, you have 7 people now with Corey. So Corey is a shared admin between planning, economic development, and tourism. So he's assisting with some of our data entry, he's assisting with some of our arrangements. The places where we would overlap with the municipalities are rare in terms of doing the same things. We achieve the same goals, so we support business, we promote the land sales that are available, we look after the leads. But I wouldn't necessarily say it's the same thing. So one of the things that I do is I sit on the regional committee for Ontario East Economic Development Commission. It's part of our budget where we pay to sit on that committee so that we get the leads generated by the province that come through saying they're looking, for instance, we had one this week where they were looking for 50+ acres so they could put in a new facility of an agricultural chemical type. So I share those leads with the municipalities. I share them sometimes directly in coordination with the municipalities and some of their landholders who own large plots of land because we only have a few of those right now. At any time they can change. And it's coordinating with the municipality, because if it goes directly to the municipality, that's not how the province wants to do it, because of the fact that there's too many municipalities across the province. Not everybody has the land that they're looking for, and they're not going to send it out as an email blast to everyone, because then everyone's going to write back and say, well, can you tell me more information? My job is largely to coordinate to see who has it, to send back the leads accordingly as one piece. Through the Regional Incentives Program, I'm the program coordinator. It does take a good chunk of my time to coordinate that program. I work in conjunction with the lower tiers to prepare the applications. You all have CIP programs. So the Community Improvement Plan is your local level, which takes a lot of your EDO's time. They're managing all of the local files. The Regional Incentives is part of your Community Improvement Plan. It's the second chapter of the book, if you may. And through that program, I tend to do most of the legwork leading up to the regional incentives, because it is a county program and it's in support with the EDOs. We meet pretty much monthly, so we have rotating schedules. We meet virtually one month, we meet in person the next month. We meet ad hoc when major issues or concerns come up, but it's largely to manage a number of factors. One of them is lead generation, one of them is branding. So we're in charge of the branding for the county. That's not to take away your municipal branding of each of the lower tiers. We want to make sure that everyone knows where South Dundas is versus South Stormont versus South Glengarry versus the Norths. But we also want them to know, where is SDG Counties? Where is Eastern Ontario? So part of that is also working in coordination with, so I coordinate with the 6 municipalities, but I'm also coordinating with Cornwall, with Leeds Grenville, with Prescott Russell, to make sure that they know, where is Eastern Ontario? Because we have branding at multiple levels that is part of the Economic Development Department, and it's to make sure that we have some of those branding elements. Date My County was one of the examples of doing multiple things at once. We wanted the world to know, where is SDG Counties, where is Eastern Ontario? So our project was picked up by about 50 different countries, many of them in the Middle East, which now might know, where is Ontario, where is Canada, where is Eastern Ontario, what is SDG Counties? They're paying us to live there. Oh my God, that's crazy. That was typically the response that we had from our neighbors around the world who saw the contest, typically either through Google or Yahoo. So branding is one element, and that's something beyond what you would typically do at the municipal level, but it's something that's supported between the municipalities and the county. We work on business visitation and business retention. So you will note that your EDOs are definitely going out, knocking on the doors, and they're going through the community and they're having conversations. But within the county, we have in excess of 10,000 businesses. So there's only so many doors that you can knock on, and we will knock on the same doors. Because when we know that there's businesses at risk, it helps to have a team that can support them from different perspectives, different angles, and different experience levels. So if we know that a company is new, it's at risk, because the chances of new businesses failing is higher than a stable business, because they're not yet stabilized. So we spend a lot of time on new businesses to make sure that we can help them network to their full extent and get them stabilized so that they'll stay here a long time. Over 90% of our businesses across SDNG are either single operators, single owners, or they might have one employee. They're small businesses. Small businesses don't have time typically to find out where the grants are and who their support agencies are, and to know that they actually have a network of a municipality and a county and about a dozen different service agencies that will support them for free, in addition to those that we can bring in that can support them as paid services that they don't even know exist. So I guess it's a long way of saying that it's a small team. It's important to look on a regional focus and to have some big regional projects that support the region through branding, through retention, and through other initiatives. But there's also a lot of local projects where we're trying to eliminate duplication by working together and finding better tools that work for everyone, including all of our new enhanced branding tools on our website. So we're paying for all of the analytics for all of your counties so that your businesses and your municipalities can be supported. And we're trying to eliminate some of the work being done by your staff so that they can better focus on other pieces for your municipality.
Thank you, Ms. Kirkpatrick. Councillor McDonald. And this is a budget question, I hope.
Thank you, Mr. Warden, and it is. I apologize for going off. I won't go into that domain. So with that 730,000 of regional incentive program, would it be safe, just for comprehension, 730,000, 250 of that is for this year, 480 200,000 of that is from previous years, and 480,000 of that transfer from reserve is likely that switch?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So that's good for clarification. And then you'd mentioned wages and benefits, 156,000. Thank you for mentioning that it was a change of service because it does look big on a small budget.
Anything further for, excuse me, anything further for ActDev? See none. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And finally, tourism. Karina's unfortunately not able to be here, but hopefully I can answer questions as best as I can. Some of the highlights from 2022, we had several successful media campaigns. We had an increase in visitors to the jail once we were able to open more with restrictions being lifted, and we received several grants as well to offset some of the costs. So the tourism signage program, we had over 50 signs eligible for renewal and 24 new sign requests. We did have a backup, which we're working through. I know a lot of signs have gone up in the last few weeks, so you may see those around in your municipalities. We've also had some great partnerships with Haunted Walk Ottawa and Phantoms of Yore as well. I know we've had several different type of movie productions. We have, I think, every week or weekend in the next little while there's some type of group or movie being shot. If we ever get, I guess we'll send you maybe the links on the Netflix specials or wherever it ends up, but it's kind of a neat thing that does give a little bit of revenue. So for 2023, the Regional Tourism Grant is launching shortly, which is aimed more at kind of community groups, whereas the RIP is aimed at businesses. We're doing some enhancements for the jail and the tour experience. We're looking at some of the work that the transportation department is doing through the building. Some of the roof repairs, we're hoping to leverage that through our RED grant applications to enhance washrooms for visitors and improve some of the visitor experience there as well. So that would all be provincial tax dollars, kind of leveraging what we'd already planned to spend for maintenance. Continue to do marketing. We'll have the new Discover guides coming out shortly, and those are all, promoted across the province and I believe in Quebec as well, and all along the 401. I've been in hotels randomly and seen SDG Discover guide there, which was pretty cool. As well, we're looking at additional summer student and mobile visitor services trailer to be used at local events and attractions throughout the season. So I think partly is to staff the jail for these summer students, but one of the more important things that we're hoping to do more is be at more of these local events and attraction fairs. So when people are there, they're not just seeing that event, but also learning about other attractions and things they can do all across the region. So those are our 2023 highlights for tourism.
Questions, comments from Mr. Young about the tourism budget? Seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Young. Thank you, Ms. Kirkpatrick.
Thank you, Council.
We've moved our show to another screen. Okay. Good morning, Mr. Warden, members of council. Thank you for the opportunity to present the draft 2023 library services budget on behalf of the Stormont, Dundas, and Glengarry County Library Board. I was going to do this presentation without script,
because it's, it's just part of my own professional development is to get much more at ease with doing presentations, particularly in formal settings perhaps. But I attended a meeting a couple of nights ago where I was asked to speak about library services, and well, 40 minutes later, yeah, so please bear with me. I have a lovely script, and I'm going to go through it with you. This is my 11th and last budget presentation. The estimates before you were discussed with the last library board on November 10th, 2022. I am pleased that the new library board includes 4 members who are continuing from the previous term, which lends an important level of continuance, especially in supporting this year's budget. I'm also very happy to note that the leadership of the last board is also continuing in this new term, with Warden Fraser elected as vice chair at our inaugural meeting in January, and with Margaret MacDonald re-elected as chair. Margaret agreed to come for this budget presentation, as I wanted to introduce her to those members of the council who may not yet have met her. Margaret? Margaret is a lay appointee to the board, first vetted by Jim Bancroft in 2017 when he was warden, to replace Nolan Quinn on the board, who was going on to other opportunities, of course, and to sit on the Ontario Library Services Board Assembly. She is now in her 3rd term of the board, and was elected as vice chair in 2018. Sorry. Oh, well, we'll get there. It was elected as vice chair in 2018 and later as chair of the board in 2021. She's only our 2nd or 3rd lay appointee in this role in the library's 52-year history. Additionally, Margaret is a member of the county's Regional Incentive Program, which you've just heard a bit about, the SDG Compliance Audit Committee. She's president of the board of directors of Ottawa's adult literacy organization, People, Words, and Change, and she is a tutor with the Tri-County Literacy Council, based here in Cornwall. I definitely appreciate Margaret's presence on the board and at this presentation. Thanks, Margaret. And so things changed there, good. In 2022, the Library Board approved a new strategic plan with new mission, vision, and value statements to help guide the library in achieving its goals of growing our physical and digital infrastructure, engaging new audiences through community outreach, and strengthening our organization. The Strat Plan and the subsequent service delivery review should be seen as major accomplishments in 2022, with $34,000 of budgeted money and another $30,000 that was not specifically budgeted, but was still paid out of last year's operating budget, largely as a result of staff vacancies. I will point out as well that in any given year, staff wages, benefits, and training time represents about 65% of the library's annual operating expenses. 2023 is no exception, and we anticipate filling at least 3 key full-time positions this year, including my own. Another key accomplishment in 2022 was the elimination of fines for all children's materials as of March 1st. Considering that we had suspended all fines while we were once again closed to public access in the early part of the year, it is impossible to determine the full financial impact of eliminating fines for kids, but it is likely to be minimal. Certainly, the benefits of encouraging literacy development, especially for our youngest residents, far outweighs any loss of revenue from fees and fines, which in 2022 amounted to about $4,000. And this is just one example of how the SDG Library deals largely in social currency. We also provided much appreciated mental health training to our staff with a program called Not Myself Today, offered by the Canadian Mental Health Association. The $1,500 cost for this program was a minimal investment with good return. And with full branch staff's approval, We decided not to renew our external cleaning contract in July for our branches, and instead brought branch cleaning in-house, which resulted in about $20,000 in savings. Membership is something we always strive to increase, and while we have fewer active members than we'd like, we did register nearly 2,000 new or lapsed members to the library in 2022. By the way, the library is currently having a Bring a Friend membership drive, which started at the beginning of this month and will continue until the end of April. We do invite you to join us in making this campaign a success. As you've seen, the library currently has a substantial surplus. Now, from experience, I know that that can change a lot from year to year, depending on the projects undertaken or the need to meet a specific financial target. I can't know what initiatives my successor or the board may want to undertake in the future, so I am pleased that our financial position is where it is. Your notes do indicate that just over $200,000 of surplus funds have been allocated to this year's budget to be used for specific purposes. They are a one-year contract for a communications and marketing coordinator, which will hopefully become permanent. The first installment to a new reserve for computer replacements, which will likely be needed in about 5 years, at a cost of approximately $100,000, basically based on last year's purchase of 63 new computers, which was covered by COVID funding. Buying out the current lease on the library's outreach and mobile services van. That lease expires in July of this year. A new website with an integrated events calendar and promotional features. Consultant fees to replace me, and a furniture top-up to realize new shelving for Williamstown branch and new circulation desks for Avonmore and South Mountain branches. Our strat plan recognizes that we need to adapt to emerging needs and interests with greater investments in both digital and print collections, ensuring that neither format is left behind or the audiences they serve. So an increase of almost $28,000 has been made to our collections. I take the collections development part of our business very, very seriously. We have over the last several years really turned around the quality of our collections, if not the quantity of them. Branch rents are to be increased by 3.6% in 2023 to $9.75 a square foot. Now, this will be the starting point for new lease agreements with our local municipal and private partners. And this year, we need to reinvest in our pop-up library, which we estimate will cost about $6,500. The estimates you see were approved by the board and represents an overall increase of about $76,000 over last year, or, I'm happy to say, a 3% increase. And now I'd be happy to respond to any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Franklin. Questions, comments from Ms. Franklin concerning the budget? Councillor McGillis.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. We'll start with the beginning. You were looking at contract person for the communications and marketing. Mm-hmm. Just wondering, what is the length of the contract you're looking for?
Well, ideally, I mean, I prepare the budgets from a January to December timeline, but seeing as we're, into the year now, that year would more likely be something along the lines of 9 months, unless council is and the board are in agreement to carry it over into the next fiscal year.
Subsequent?
Please go ahead.
Thank you. I know that we have a economic person there at development at our municipality, Chris Heeman, and he does both. He does this other part too, the communication, because it goes kind of hand in hand. I was wondering if you put any thought into possibly merging that in with the economic development department.
Well, I have actually sidled up to Todd to ask just how big his workload is, because I did not want to go forward with this with the, with the idea that this is what the library needs when we have a perfectly good communications marketing person on staff. But Todd's workload is heavy. He really doesn't have the time and the kind of attention to the library's marketing and communication needs that we have. We're pretty wide-ranging, I guess is the best way to it. We got a lot of different components, a lot of different things that we need to get the word out about. We're no longer that, the keeper of books on shelves where people come in, borrow, and go away. We've got a whole lot of other approaches and ways of accessing information, and having, the library experience is a very different thing than it was 15, 20 years ago. And we really, we've been without staff who could and would have been taking that on as part of their workload for a while, and even then, it was too much. The marketing and communications part was too much to fit into a current job description. So we just need that extra help in getting the word out about us.
Thank you, Councillor Bergeron.
Thank you, Warden. The BiblioWeb website at $66,500. Is this a one-time thing, or is it a yearly thing?
Good question. Partially both. There is a significant implementation fee. It's about a 6-month process to get the whole design and whatnot put together and installed. But then there would be an ongoing subscription fee in future years of about $40,000.
Sorry, did you say $4,000?
40.
$40,000 per
Yeah.
year. Okay.
So it's about a $24,000 implementation fee. We have a few other products from the same vendor. It's kind of a discovery overlay that just information that or access points get layered onto our catalog, and which provide ways of pulling out and finding things in ways you wouldn't have otherwise been able to do. And an additional part with this BiblioWeb is that Biblio events, so we can actually plan programs, post them on our website, and they generate some of the like reaching out to you, reaching out to community groups, or reaching out to local municipal websites as well, and helping to advertise activities that we've got going on.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Densham.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. And again, congratulations on your retirement. I think you're leaving quite a legacy. From your career, we've seen quite a transformation in what library was and what library is. So congratulations on that. I'm just trying to follow some of the dollars here. So in promotions, you've got $87,000, which is a $67,000 increase. Is that the communications and marketing, or what is the increase in promotions from about $19,000 budgeted last year to $87,000 in the line item for?
I do believe that that's the actual website that's going to be added on.
Okay.
Okay.
That's where the website's
I do believe, I very rarely get to look at the budget in this format. It's much more granular for me,
Right.
but I can ask Ms. Russell to clarify if necessary, but I do believe it is the addition of our website.
It is the website, is it? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for helping with that.
Thank you. But again, I kind of agree with Councillor McGillis. We have skill sets in the organization here from a communications and marketing perspective, and are we leveraging them to the ability? And again, to Councillor McDonald's question, how do we measure success in that type of endeavor? Have we done it in the past? What has been the success? I'd really want to be sure that we're seeing some meaningful form of return on that investment if we're looking to invest that amount of money. And again, without kind of a solid plan on there, I'm wondering whether or not this is an area where we could pull a little bit of money from to put over to the fair boards or something like that if we're gonna move dollars around. Because like I say, I'm just not sure what a marketing campaign looks like for a library.
If I respond to it, first of all, monies that are surplus funds for libraries stay with the library. They would not move over to another area within the county budget. Okay, that's first of all. And the second point is I agree that there needs to be some way of measuring the success of this position, which is why we did determine that it should be a one-year contract, so we can do that evaluation. Did we get our money's worth? For sure, yeah.
Anything further? And as a library board, as the vice chair, just not to weigh in so much, and I know it may be inappropriate, but Ms. Franklin didn't really mention it. When you look at the report and the number of activities that take place over the number of branches, it's quite wide-ranging, the promotion that should be taking place. And I think if that was, and bear with me, we get to see it all the time, and this is what we do at the library board, is discuss those things and review those things. It's quite wide-ranging, and I'm sure that if Mr. Laiho had the time to look after 3 pages of promotional, of not so much promotional, but things taking place in the individual branches and the efforts that need to be not so much celebrated, but promoted and highlighted, I think that may answer some of the concerns about the time required or the time that may be available for other people to take that on. It is quite wide ranging. It is there is a lot of stuff that goes on and a lot of stuff that needs to be highlighted at the library, at the individual branches, programs that are taking place, reading sessions that are taking place, the parents and child events that take place, the Makers Hub. It is quite wide-ranging, the things that I do believe the communications, if it's approved on the contract basis, would have to highlight to the public.
Mr. Warden, if I may?
Please.
The library has also chronically been challenged with getting the word out. It is remarkable to me the number of times I will field calls or be talking with people and they just had no idea that the county library existed, let alone there was a branch in their area. We do, I mean, our main job is to promote and encourage literacy, and we need to be much more present in advocating for that and in promoting that. The range of services, the access, different kinds of access to information, whatnot, they're all there. We're doing quite a good job at that, but it's getting the people knowing about them, and getting people in the door, getting the people's children interested in the library as a place to learn and grow and develop is a big challenge. It's been since I've been here, for sure.
Thank you, Ms. Franklin. Anything further for Ms. Franklin? Comments concerning the budget? I know there's thoughts expressed. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, at this time, perfect timing, it's been suggested that we have a stretch your leg break, and we'll do that for, let's be mindful of the time, and we do have a big one coming up eventually, a big presentation, so we're going to have lunch. We'll be ready at noon, and it's 10:30 now, so if we could be quick in maybe 7 minutes, and we'll be back at this, so stretch your legs. I don't want to go for 10, and 5 isn't enough. services, I believe that's correct, Madam Clerk? Ms. Russell.
Okay, so off to the next section, which deals with health and social services. So SDG continues to fund 6 senior support centers across SDG for a total of $199,650. This amount has been in place since 2015 was the last time they came and asked for additional funds, and it's been maintained ever since then. The Eastern Ontario Health Unit has not provided their budget yet for 2023, so we've estimated an increase of 2% based on the 2022 budget the Health Unit provided to us after their budget was approved in June, I believe it was, June or July. City of Cornwall provided their draft budget numbers to us. They will be presenting to their council this month. I do believe they start budget deliberations tomorrow. These amounts have been shared and communicated with the Joint Liaison Committee members last week for each of the service areas. And we are hoping that after their budget is approved, they will be back for deliberation for our county council to talk about the shared services and the budget impacts. So they have an increase of almost $868,000 in shared service costs. The tax rate stabilization reserve has been put in place quite a few years ago to offset any fluctuations in any of the shared service areas should there be a timing difference in when budgets are approved. Health unit year end is March 31st, and the city, depending on what timing their budget is approved. So the tax rate stabilization reserve can be used to offset any fluctuations at year end, or should council want to use it to offset any increases in the current budget. I'm not going to go into too much detail about the shared services because they're external to us, and they provided the information to the Joint Liaison and will be coming back to our as a delegation. Any questions on that?
Councillor Landry.
Look, I'm not sure if the answer is going to come today. I just got one quick question in regards to paramedics. And maybe it can be brought to them, but we've got an increase in salaries of 1.4 million. So I was anticipating maybe seeing addition to more paramedics, but I guess there is no addition. They're talking about maybe part-time. But the increase in salary alone at 1.4 million, do you have or could get an answer on that request? Thanks.
I wasn't part of the discussions at the Joint Liaison Committee meeting. I didn't know if anybody who is sitting on the committee would like to answer to that, or if I don't have the answer of the increase in wages for that shared service. However, that may be a question for when they come for their deliberation in March, unless...
Madam CAO, is that in your, do you have that information in your notes?
Thank you, Mr. Warden. A big part of the increase in paramedic services is an increase in part-time staff. We are planning to have a delegation, have them come back and speak to council. I would imagine that what you're going to hear from Chief Lister is we're seeing a dramatic increase in calls for service and paramedic services in general. And I think that between the demographic and the age of our community as well, it's really driven by volumes and trying to deal with response times to calls. So it is primarily part-time staff to help fill some vacancies, but also to ensure staffing for response.
Anything further, Councillor Landry? Okay. Anything else for Ms. Russell? Seeing none, thank you.
Okay. So we will move on to financial services. Okay, so prime rate has increased dramatically over 2022, 6 times actually, and then another time in early January 2023. So we currently have an agreement with Bank of Montreal. We earn the prime rate less 1.57 on all bank balances. At the end of, in about August, September of 2022, we were able to renegotiate our agreement with the Bank of Montreal to increase our cap limit from 30 million to 45 million. What that means is any interest at 30 million we'd earn on based on the cap rate of 30 million, but nothing in our bank balance over 30 million would earn interest. So now we've increased that to 45 million and they've approved that. So we have seen quite a benefit in the interest revenues towards the end of 2022 based on that new cap. And based on the prime rates increasing so many times, we are anticipating to see a large jump in interest revenue from our bank balances. That is used to offset the entirety of the budget. So it's also expected that we will be using $25,000 of modernization funding to offset $25,000 expense in the finance section for proposing to look at budget software for the county and the departments to be able to work on their budgets through a budget software. Those are the two revenue lines in our finance budget. So I'll move over to expenses unless there's questions. Okay, so the main changes in the expenses for the finance budget: wages and benefits increased by the 3% as approved by council in 2022. We've also had two positions that were affected by the compensation review last year that went up a job class. The cost of software includes the cost of VADM, which we provide to 5 of the local municipalities, the cost of VADM, and HR software for the county. We're also hoping to add additional features to our HR software and have included some expenses for VADM training for the local municipalities of about $4,500. WSIB and EAP costs have increased. The insurance renewal for WSIB was approved by council this past December 2022, and we saw an increase of $6,700 in premiums with that policy. Liability insurance, this has been a challenge over the last couple of years, mostly due to a hard market, but we have seen some spikes in insurance costs. Our coverage period runs from July 1st to June 30th the following year, so we've estimated a 15% increase for the latter 6 months of 2023, which is when our next renewal period occurs. And that is also based on communication with Carolyn Corkery, our broker, to estimate possibly what we anticipate for the future. Also to note, Carolyn Corkery has officially retired after 50 years of service with being an insurance broker, so that was a nice message to get from her. Audit fees are anticipated to increase. For many years, we experienced fairly low fees in comparison to other municipalities and other counties. Our current auditor is MNP and has been for quite some years. The new auditing standards, however, are going to create some additional work for the auditors, risk assessments, risk analysis, and our term of 5 years is ending with the 2022 calendar year. So we'll be going out to RFP for audit services for the 2023 starting year, and hopefully for a 5-year term. So there will be increases in fees with the audit. Asset management projects, we've increased due to the asset management software costs, as well as a $25,000 cost for consulting work to assist with the next phase of the asset management plan, which includes all other assets, levels of service, and the risk analysis. Finance projects relates to the budget software I discussed earlier to be offset by modernization funding, but overall the net revenue of the Financial Services Department is almost $1.1 million. Any questions?
Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor Fraser. Just a question with the amount of reserves, do we have any GICs or investments, or is it just straight cash?
It's just straight cash. Our prime less our 1.57% has been very healthy and very beneficial, and it doesn't lock in your cash, which is quite beneficial, but we were speaking to the options of investments, which we'll bringing to council this year. If it benefits us, we'll be doing an analysis on that.
Perfect. That was a subsequent question. Thank you.
Anything further for Ms. Russell? Thank you very much.
Okay. I'm just going to move on to court services. I will be just talking about budget, but I wanted to just give new council members a brief overview on why and how our budget for court services has been made for 2023. So the glimpse of POA over the years, which explains pretty much the gist of what the budget outlines. We don't have any influence over the tickets filed with the court. It solely depends on external agencies. POA provides the administration of the court system, the provincial court system, providing court services. Tickets have been steadily declining since 2006 by almost 70%. With declining tickets comes declining revenues. So examples of agencies who file with the court are policing agencies such as the OPP, Cornwall Police Service, various ministries such as the Ministry of Transportation, Ministry of Labor, Ministry of Finance. There's also bylaw enforcement fines that get filed with the court. So I've broken down the tickets filed by agency in the graph since 2006. We almost had 30,000 tickets filed in 2006. In 2022, we have a total of 8,860 tickets. The largest agency in the county is the OPP, followed by Cornwall Police Service, and then the various ministries. So going into the revenue side of court services, so being that the volume of charges has declined in recent years, the gross fine revenue has also been decreased, with consideration to be given to the backlog of court files being addressed in 2023, but also the decline in tickets. So we tried to balance those two out because we have not had a full court date calendar year since 2019, and in 2023 we were able to successfully lock in a full calendar for the year for the 2023 court dates. So we will hopefully deal with the rest of the backlog during COVID. POA charges can be paid at any provincial court in Ontario. Oftentimes, if a ticket is issued on the Highway 401, the defendant is not from this area. They could be from any other region in Ontario, and they have the benefit of paying online or paying at any provincial offences court. Should the defendant decide to contest their ticket, it has to be in the jurisdiction that fine took place, so it would be at our court. A mandatory victim fine surcharge is added to every POA fine and remitted to the province after fines are paid to the county. We only remit those after the fine is paid. So the surcharge is approximately 19% of our gross fine revenue. Any questions on revenues? So I'll just touch on the main components of the changes. In 2022, the salary compensation review completed. It changed the job class of 2 positions in court services, effective January 1st, 2023. In 2022, we also recruited a court services coordinator, which was filling an existing vacancy, which was previously the trial coordinator, that was left unbudgeted for the previous 2 years as we were transitioning through COVID and some depleting tickets. CPI of 3% added to wages in 2023 as well, as approved by council, which all reflects the increase in the wages for 2023. Prosecution services increased slightly to accommodate a few extra trial dates for Part 3 matters. These prosecution services are administered by the Crown by MAG, so that's not by the municipal prosecutor. Minor savings are being found in training and development, notice and mailings. As we've become more electronics, we don't send as many things out by paper anymore. And we do have a reduction in ticket scanning as we're completing that function more in-house now. Software and equipment costs have decreased. A server was purchased in 2022 for POA, which is the server that connects to the province. So that was a main cost that we had last year, but we won't be seeing that cost for quite a while going forward. The old server was based on Windows 2008, which is no longer supported. So we had to purchase the server in order to have a supported server. Support costs have increased based on the provincial method of allocating costs, which includes things like insurance, payroll costs, IT costs, building costs. That's all the support services in each budget. That's what it entails, is the cost of the county building and the county services kind of costed out to each department. So that's what the support services means. Judicial services have decreased. Some activities are now completed by our court administration. I've mentioned in the past that MAG has downloaded a few extra administrative responsibilities onto our court administration, such as extensions of time to pay and fail to respond dockets. So that is completed by the manager of court services or myself. And it's quite a time-consuming task, but we have been able to benefit from completing that in-house and not delaying waiting for a judiciary to sign off on those tickets. The City of Cornwall portion of net revenues is based on the population in the AMCTO municipal directory and is approximately 41.7%. So we remit that at the end of the year. Once the year is reconciled, we submit quarterly payments throughout the year. Kind of the same as a shared service where they reconcile theirs, we reconcile our shared service with them. So that's about it for court, if there's any questions.
Any questions for Ms. Russell at all? Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Warden Fraser. I think it would be valuable, I know I reached out to you for a little bit more, but to share the wages and benefits, and that I think you had mentioned to me that there were some full-time equivalent positions which weren't full, just to talk through that 181,000. Because as you see tickets decline, seeing wages go up is something that might be a value. So if you want just a little moment on that.
So we currently, I don't remember how, the trial coordinator retired a few years ago, and we've left that position vacant. And it's remained on our organizational chart, and we've been able to accommodate that not filling the position by internally having other staff pick up some of that workload due to the declining tickets. So we were able to kind of rejig staff to complete the workload. We also have a court service representative position vacant right now, which we are not intending on filling due to the declining tickets. And we also have a court assistant position that is also vacant right now. So the trial coordinator position was part of the first job descriptions when the province downloaded the POA to the county. That position has really changed since that initially happened in 2001. So what we decided to do was kind of look at what the whole department needed right now to provide court services efficiently and effectively. And with the changes with now hybrid court, which is not going away anytime soon, defendants have the option of either attending court in person or virtually. Same with the justice of the peace; they can attend in person or virtually. But the efforts to provide a hybrid court now require 2 people in the courtroom at all times, whenever previously we only needed 1. So we need somebody managing the Zoom court. We also need somebody managing the court clerking functions with the judiciary. So they're 2 completely different functions. Before, we would not have needed to have that Zoom coordinator. But we also have noted that we have some potential retirements in the next couple of years, and learning how the court functions is not something you go to school for. It's learned through education and experience, and that knowledge, it's really important to have that transferred down through experience. So the court services coordinator was with that in mind, as well as a part of a succession plan, and as part of the training and development piece. When you have such a new staff all across the board in POA, they're really learning from each other, and they've done a phenomenal job in transitioning into this new world of remote court and in-person court. So in previous years, and especially specifically during COVID, we did not budget for those vacant positions in an effort to save money for the taxpayer. So that's one of the reasons why you see such a variation. We didn't budget for the position last year. But we also have had the 2 positions go up in job class as well, and the 3% increase in the wages approved by council. Hope that was not the long-winded version of it, but I hope I described it okay.
Thank you. Councillor Landry.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. You explained a lot of things, and as you're talking, my mind's going here and there, so I apologize if you've answered part of it. But in regards to credit card charges, is that the 14,000, is that part of the 3% that company charges for using the, so people are coming to pay their bill for basically for wrongdoing, and why could we not go and get that 3% from a transaction that's paid by credit card and not put it on our taxpayers? So again, I apologize if you've already given me some of that information, but if you could clarify, please.
I'm actually really glad you asked that question because it's something that I've probably not communicated to previous councils, or to the new council members, I should say. In previous years, our credit card charges were over $60,000 annually, which anytime anyone paid online or paid by coming into the facility, we've always absorbed the cost of these fees. A couple of years ago, maybe about four or 5 years ago, we implemented Paymentus online payment system where people can go online to our webpage and pay a fine through our website. And anyone paying through our website actually absorbs that fee. So we went down from $62,000 to $14,000 in credit card fees. Paying online, they absorb the fee, but we've decided, and we've discussed this in previous councils, anyone coming in to pay their fines is at the counter. We would be paying for those fees. And it was not legal to do it prior to, I believe, October of last year. They announced that legislation change, and those fees can now be transferred on to anyone paying those fees. We have not made that change in-house. We kind of apply it the same way we do for every other department who absorbs the fees as well. But if it's something that council wants to look at, we could definitely do that. For now, we say online. It's a online benefit, and the convenience fee is added to the fine. But coming in person and being able to do that in person, we've said that we would absorb those fees.
Just quickly, so basically their speeding is just to accumulate points, is what you're saying?
Councillor Densham.
Yeah, I would support us investigating that cost recovery on those fees for sure. Absolutely.
Yes, Ms. Russell, yeah. A KIR, I guess, would be appropriate, just to outline some of the options and opportunities in front of us with the cost recovery throughout all transactions.
No problem. I can bring back a KIR. And is that just for POA that you would like that, or for the?
I'm suggesting any transaction that takes place.
Okay, because in some areas, sorry. In some areas, it's...
I would think if we could get a report that identifies the different transaction types, and then perhaps we can, from that report, we can decide which types of transactions would be appropriate to cost recover on and what we may not want to.
Okay. I do believe, if I may, some of the fees that are outlined in our fees and charges bylaw may already include a percentage to offset that. So, but I will definitely, we will look into it and we'll come back with something as a whole. And council can decide either individually by department or for POA alone, if that's what you would like. Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Russell. Is there anything else?
Nothing from me unless there are questions, any more questions.
Any further questions? Seeing none. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for allowing me to join you remotely today. It's been interesting experiencing this meeting from the other side of the screen. Usually I'm in there with you, but I get to see what happens on this side. So I'll just quickly share.
One second, Mr. St. Onge. I'm having difficulty hearing everything you're saying.
Okay. So let me know if I just go. Is this better?
Yes, please. Yes, thank you. That is better.
Louder, okay. So headphones aren't the greatest. Thank you. Okay, the 2023 IT draft services budget. So in IT for 2023, the focus will be to maintain current service levels for the IT service desk and other services we provide. There are some projects we started in 2022 we'd like to complete, namely the IT service desk software, a new backup system, disaster recovery, and along with corporate services, records management, and the intranet. And for 2023, we also really want to enhance our cybersecurity. So the proposed budget really enables the IT department to maintain those current service levels and complete the ongoing projects. Just with our time base at this point, it's our resources that are required. It provides support to develop and further implement IT policies and standard operating procedures, enhance cybersecurity, and provide for future capital expenses. Now, some of the drivers for the increase in the draft 2023 budget are salary. So along with the cost of living, a couple of our positions were reclassified based on a compensation review. Cyber insurance is increasing by about $6,000 estimated in the next year. And some of the projects we want to complete in 2023. So one of the projects is actually ongoing, started in 2022 and is ongoing, and that is a cybersecurity assessment of all our infrastructure. And that will be funded by $50,000 carryover from our 2022 surplus. And the next cyber initiative, this is in collaboration with the Eastern Ontario Warden Caucus IT members, and we are collaborating with EORN on this to every county in the UOWC is struggling with the same issues when it comes to security and cybersecurity. So we're going to work together to form a group to develop or purchase a solution that everybody can buy into. So we put $50,000 in the budget for that. Hopefully it's enough. If there's some left over, there's always more you can spend on cybersecurity. So just to note, $40,000 of that is for modernization funding and $10,000 from taxation. So a few options there if we want to look at trimming the budget. We do have a subscription to an IT research and training service that approximately $25,000 per year, but it really helps us accelerate producing our standard operating procedures and IT policies, and it does make sure that our staff are working best on best practices. And the other option could be every year we put $25,000 in reserves to fund our server infrastructure. Servers last about 5 to 7 years. You could stretch it a bit. We're on our 4th year of that 5 to 7 year cycle, so we have been putting that $25,000 away so that we can stabilize the budget when it's time to replace that year. And that's my presentation. I'll stop sharing.
Thank you, Mr. St. Onge. Questions, comments? Mr. Councillor Dencham.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. I guess to the potential on the server, I see how much we have in reserves. What's the going cost on server replacement right now, and how close are we to having enough money to be able to replace the server if we were to make that decision?
Well, when we initially, we have a 4-node cluster without getting too technical. So 4 servers that work together to form one big server. And at the time, they were $30,000 each. Things have gone up about 20% since then. And there's also auxiliary equipment. So if we replace what we have now, it would be upwards of about $150,000.
Thank you.
Anything else for Mr. St. Onge? Seeing none, thank you very much, Mr. St. Onge.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ward.
This promises to be the quick one, or the quick gentleman. Mr. DeHaan.
Yeah, settle in, I guess, eh? Maybe what I can suggest, interrupt me whenever it's lunchtime, because we've got, I mean, there's a bunch of different divisions we're going to be talking about, and I don't want to delay a lunch. First one I'm going to be starting with is the GIS services, the GIS division within our department. But before I do that, I'll get all the thank yous out of the way, because I'm just one person in a pretty big machine here that puts these things together. So, first and foremost, Rebecca and her team deserve a great deal of thanks. What Council's looking at today is pretty impressive compared to how we started a couple months ago. So, kudos to her and her staff for steering the ship to a budget I think is, at least from our side, is pretty good. On my side too, on the staff side, GIS, I have Colleen and Sabina, great staff people to have, and are instrumental in the delivery of the service we provide and helping put together this budget. The buildings and transportation side of things as well, Mike and Derek and Dana, Matt, and all the crew there helping to put these numbers together. It's quite a task to get all these things in front of council. So really appreciate the opportunity to share where we're going with stuff. So first thing I'll start with is GIS, and I'm going to put it here. I trust that that's getting the thumbs up, so we're good. Talking about GIS services and, okay, good. First and foremost, just quickly talk about very brief accomplishments through the year. Now, this is a service that is provided by SDG not only to our organization, but to all the local municipalities. We have quite a number of people that are logging in on a daily basis, and we can track those statistics. But essentially, we've got across SDG about 130 active users who are logging in on a monthly basis. What they're looking at: water and sewer information, mapping, zoning, road data. Those are the kinds of things. Within a 30-day period of when this report was created, we had about 38,000, almost 39,000 logins. So people accessing the system, doing something, getting out of the system. So maybe some people are clicking like crazy, but I think that goes to show the importance and the value that GIS provides across SDG. So what we worked on last year was a whole bunch of different things, and it's stuff that I would imagine council, it's some of those underappreciated services that work in the background but are so important to the residents of SDG and our region as a whole. So things like 911 addressing and fire dispatch mapping, that's stuff our GIS staff look after. All sorts of trail mapping, economic development support. We host and maintain SDG Explorer, so any kind of development opportunity and development that's happening across SDG, developers and staff at the local municipalities and in SDG are using that to support that, and that is a publicly facing option or map as well that residents can access through our website and look at. A big part of GIS these days is asset management, as every councillor probably knows very well. Asset management is so important to be able to operate and plan for the future within our local municipalities and the county. So having that information at our fingertips, well documented, is a big part of the work that our staff do. And not only that, but we're also looking to create efficiencies. So right now, one of the big projects Colleen's working on, one of our GIS staff people are working on, is a municipal maintenance standards patrolling application. So actually providing digital documentation and record keeping of the patrolling that we have to do to comply with minimum maintenance standards. And so, there's a bunch of different options available out in the marketplace, but this is something that from our perspective, provides a lot of value add because it's going to integrate seamlessly with our GIS system and allows us the customization that we need to be able to do the work we're doing. So that's something we're very busy working on right now. In terms of 2023 budget highlights, it's a relatively, one of the it's a relatively steady as she goes division that we work in GIS. So expenses really, big changes we have are related to, on the wage side of things, is just accounting for the approved increases in accordance with our policy. We did increase our training budget to account for a hopeful return to in-person events. Through the pandemic, a lot of the events have been hosted remotely, not in person, but looks like those things are coming back online, which is great. Another exciting thing for us is that it's our turn to host the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus GIS Working Group meeting. So we're well overdue to host other like-minded professionals here in our region. So as the host, we do have a little bit of a hosting, got to provide a lunch for people. We have GIS software licenses, which are increasing as a result of our renewal, and that's relatively typical in the marketplace. One thing we are proposing, and it is an option for council to consider, is every, I want to say 3 to 4 years, we increase the budget to account for changes with aerial photography, or we do LiDAR mapping, things like that. One thing we're proposing, instead of kind of jumping up and down every several years, let's look at a steady way to do that and just make it a little easier to budget for, account for, and less of a fluctuation year over year. So we're proposing right now, and it's included in the draft budget, a $5,000 transfer to smooth out those costs. But in terms of options that council may want to consider, we can just say, you know what, we can continue budgeting the way we budget and remove that expense from the GIS draft budget. The other option for council's consideration, we've tracked it over the years, and I would suggest approximately 50% of the time that our GIS staff, the activities they're working on are directly related to work for a local municipality. We have it's great, and we're happy, we enjoy doing it. We're happy to continue to make that connection and provide that service. But it is something that, throw out to council as an option. If we're looking at ways to save or do business a little differently, we could look at some kind of external cost recovery type of support option there as well. So if we're working for a local municipality, providing, charging the cost recovery for that service. So that is GIS, and happy to answer any questions that council may have.
Any questions for Mr. Dahan about the GIS or about the option that he's talking about putting money aside in reserves for the Drake project? Nothing? Thank you.
Great. Sorry, which one's next? Is it forestry? Office, thank you. All right, Mike, come on up. All right, I'm going to have Mike give me a hand with this one. He's involved in a lot of the day-to-day building stuff, but so I will get this, I have a quick PowerPoint to walk us through the presentation. Perfect. Okay, so our department looks after costs associated with maintaining and delivering projects here at the county building. So I was going to put a funny, like, you are here now little icon, but I thought better of it. Still wanted to share. So 2022 accomplishments. We had a busy year last year, as we often do, maintaining this beautiful historic building. One of our big accomplishments last year, which I am quite proud of, is that we completed the renovations to the Warden's House. That's the building that is attached to the jail. So to get to it, down the stairs here, and then through the jail to the outside, and you'd have access to it. And if you're interested in going to see it, you're more than welcome to. Phil works out of there, and I trust it's nice. I don't know where Phil went to, but trust it's nice and neat and tidy for council to see. Beautiful renovation we've completed. Other work we've been working on and extends into 2023 is the server room. So this is a project we're working collaboratively with IT services on. We're adding some resiliency and some security with our server room, namely to put the servers into its own dedicated room within a room. We've elevated the floor so that in the event of a flood, because it is in the basement of this building, in the event of a flood with flood alarms and whatnot, it protects those servers. And it also, at the end of it, is going to create some really nice office space for IT staff right adjacent to that. One project we did complete last year as well is we updated the fire panel and all the fire alarm sensors and whatnot throughout the building. So that was a big project and quite complex, and we were able to accomplish that, and so good success there. In terms of budgets, the budget for the administration building, we do have some changes compared to 2022. One of the changes on the revenue side of this budget is that we have a loss of rent revenue because our tenants who were previously working out of the jail, we have a commercial kitchen in our jail, and that we've rented out in the past. So they had terminated the lease agreement we had, so that I guess subject to council's input, if we want to, seek out another tenant or leave it as is. It wasn't a major source of revenue for us, but it was a source of revenue and a way to, pay the heating bills as you may out in that area. So we're happy to have that discussion, but we have not budgeted, just on the assumption that we have difficulty finding a tenant, or perhaps only a tenant is in there later on in the year if that's the direction we want to take it. On the expense side of things, there's of course all the expenses associated with your regular utilities and whatnot. We do have a number of minor projects that are included in the 2023 budget. We are installing a new air conditioner unit in provincial offenses. We do have electric car chargers. Working with economic development, we were able to secure a grant to help offset the cost of purchasing the chargers, which we do have and have. Are they in the building now, or?
Parts.
Okay, so we might not have it all, but we have purchased those, and so we do need to install them, and that's the intention of in 2023. At the same time, looking at installing parking lot lights to be able to illuminate that area for people that are charging their vehicles. We are proposing an installation of a partition wall in corporate services as a way to increase some office efficiencies up in corporate services. You may notice the cannons are sitting on the ground, the iron part of the cannons. The bases are away right now getting repaired, and they will be back. I think they're almost repaired and will be back soon. So we want to finish that up and paint the cannons and make them look pretty and reinstall them this summer. We have some miscellaneous improvements around the office in the staff areas, and namely, adding some shelving in the kitchen area where we have snacks for sale, and those minor kind of improvements of that nature. We also are proposing to install some new flagpoles. That was a direction we got from the previous council, to install some flagpoles so that we can have some additional, I guess we'll call it pole space to recognize special events, months, things of that nature. So we do have a budget associated with installing those flagpoles in 2023. And the other minor project we have included in the budget is improving the connection to the Warden's House offices. So right now, again, as I mentioned, to get to the Warden's House, you've got to go through this building down, through this space to get into that area internally. What we're proposing is we've got an opportunity to knock through a wall and be able to provide a better kind of internal corridor connection with that, rather than, because if council or any other person sitting in here, we don't have an internal connection to that area. And we recognize that when we did that improvement, and the intention was always to try and improve that connection at some point in the future. That's the wrong computer. We do have a major capital project proposed in 2023, and that is the replacement of the flat roofs. We had replaced the shingled roofs about 2 years ago, and last year we did a check of our flat roofs with, help me out, it's like the heat gun, or not, infrared, thank you, that's the word I was looking for, infrared testing and whatnot. And just very quickly, that's the flat roof area that we've got. We do have, so we are including a budget of $300,000 for that. Of that budget, we're proposing to use $260,000 of the existing building reserve, which we have built up over the years, and the expectation is in 2024 and beyond, we start putting money back in. So this is, to me, that's the perfect reason why we have this type of building reserve, is to help offset this cost and then slowly rebuild that. And from a capital perspective, when you're looking at the areas we're working in right now, we don't have anything kind of projected in the very near term that needs to be done of a major capital expense. So good use of reserves. In terms of options, the building repairs that the minor building repairs that I've identified, the budget values are contained within the budget report. So if council wants to defer some of those or put those aside, certainly that's an option for council. Replacement of the flat roof, whether we want to do all of it, it is actually technically 3 distinct areas. We could split it up over a couple of years if we wanted to. From staff's perspective, not a great idea because you've got to mobilize and remobilize. Might as well do it all and do it right. The other option, which would increase money into the budget, is to decrease the use of the building reserve. So instead of using that much of the building reserve, we can actually use more taxation to be able to offset those costs. And that's it for building.
Thank you, Mr. DeHaan. Questions, comments on the options? Councillor McGillis.
Just start off with the rental for the kitchen. What is the amount that we charged?
Do you remember that, Mike? Thanks.
It was in the neighborhood of $1,000 a month.
Please go ahead.
I would agree to maybe just put it out to rent again, because, I mean, you don't let it sit idle and mothball it. I think it's better to keep it used. And I may have a customer for you.
Yeah.
Other thoughts? Councillor Broad.
Mr. Warden, can you see me?
Oh, yes. Councillor Broad and then Councillor Williams.
Yeah, I would see us, I'd like to see us defer the roof work. I'd like to see that get done this year.
Thank you. Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Ben, I'm just wondering about, you're talking about improving access to the warden's house. And a few years ago, if you recall, I think there was a study done on what we were going to do with the entire, not the warden's house in particular, but the old jail and the new jail, and what the intentions were going forward with that space. And part of that discussion included access to the warden's house. And as far as I was concerned, and correct me if I'm wrong, but we didn't really come to any decisions on that, did we?
Yeah, that is correct. And the follow-up to that was we are intending to come back to this council at some point, probably Q1, early Q2, with a little bit of a better summary in terms of what needs are out there. We've identified, some opportunities and working closely with Tara and her crew, but we also we know that there's some, depending on what we're doing out there, there are some needs associated with electrical services. Bathrooms is a great example, as was mentioned during the Economic Development and Tourism presentation. So those are things that we want to highlight to council at some point in the near future, and perhaps get a better direction in terms of where we're taking that area. So it is coming, is what I'm trying to say.
Okay, thank you for that. So I guess my follow-up question would be, so is it maybe premature to be doing that work in terms of cutting a hole in that wall, which, if I'm not mistaken, is very thick? And, should we be doing that work now in the absence of not having made some major decisions on that space?
If I may, certainly a fair statement, and what we can do is not undertake that work until we've had that discussion at council. I guess my suggestion is still included in the budget, not undertake the work until we actually have that discussion, make sure that we're all on the same page and the direction makes sense in the grand scheme of perhaps where we're taking that whole area, if that makes sense to council.
Well, it certainly makes sense to me. I don't know what anyone else thinks, but I think that would be wise.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. And that was the discussion we had in the past in establishing establishing what the use of that space would be, but I understand Mr. DeHaan's contention that we need to get that in the budget, so whenever we come to a single mind on the project, we can go ahead with that part of it. Does that sound fair to your thoughts, Councillor Williams?
To include it in the budget, but to not go ahead until it's been discussed, is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Yes, that sounds sensible to me. Thank you.
Other thoughts on some of the options that Mr. DeHaan has included for savings, if any thoughts? Seeing none, thank you.
All right, now it's time for forestry. There's Phil. And I forgot to thank Phil for all his help on the forestry one too. So I think I forgot to thank you. I certainly meant to thank you, Phil. Okay, so talking about forestry, and I'm very excited to be talking about forestry this year. I'm excited to talk about all these things, but forestry in particular, because this is really our first year where we have a staff person on board to really help guide the direction we're taking forestry in the direction that the previous council supported, and I trust and hope that this council continues to support, because forestry is I think such a key service that we have within the county, and something we can offer this region. So I'm really happy to be chatting about some of the activities that we're proposing in 2023 and the opportunities we have going forward. So very quickly in 2022, of course, as I mentioned, the big accomplishment that I should have highlighted right at the top is having Phil on board and creating the position of a forestry coordinator for the county and hiring and filling that position. It just really allows us such opportunity to be more proactive with what we're doing, to have a greater focus on delivering services and looking after our properties. And it's certainly it's not a criticism of how we were doing it before, but I think just the evolution of how we should be managing county forests. So in terms of accomplishments in 2022, we did finalize the property donation of Macaulay Lane. So that was an exciting property acquisition that the county received, and that just north of Martintown through donation. We completed roadside tree planting through the woodlot and the Woodlot Advisory Service. The roadside tree planting, we planted approximately 2,600 trees last year along our roadsides. That's bare root and potted stock. We tended a bunch of other sites too. So when we look at the actual program, putting the trees in the ground is obviously a good metric we can look at. But I think it's very important, and I know Phil is something he's focusing on, is making sure those trees we plant in the ground are protected, well looked after, tended, so that they thrive and grow and accomplish what we are intending to accomplish. And just for council's information as well, one of the things we're always trying to do is look at what type of species we're planting, where we're planting it, and a big focus we have is making sure if it's an area of drifting, for example, that it becomes a natural snow fence for us that will benefit not only the roadside, the natural environment, but the operations that we do on the other side of the ditch. The Woodlot Advisory Service was also a successful program this year. They had 24 grants were issued for the Woodlot Advisory Service and had 12 site visits. For council's information, if you're not familiar with that program, we fund money into, it's called a Woodlot Advisory Service. It allows people with private woodlots to get some expert advice on ways to sustainably or successfully manage their forests. I think they have to be over 25 acres?
10 acres.
10 acres, thank you. 10 acres in size to qualify in that program, and it helps to, if people want to bring it into the MIFTIP program and see some tax benefits, we provide that type of advice and service, and also identify, it could be a great sugar bush, it could be this, it could be that. So just really value add in trying to help local residents who have woodlots to be able to recognize the benefit and the value that is in there. We did issue the tender for SDG 910, so that's the north side of, well, mostly the north side of County Road 9 at the Warwick Forest. It's supposed to be harvested either this year or next, and that's very typical of a tree harvest tender. They haven't started to date, but we do have a successful contractor. With the mild winter, we would not be surprised if it gets deferred till 2024, but they do have that opportunity to go in there and harvest this year. On the property administration side of things, Phil looked after quite a few general activities through the year. We did do a culvert repair at the Warwick Forest on the south side of County Road 9 on the trail network of a portion that the county owns. We installed gates and fence and signage throughout different forests, but gates particularly at Macaulay Lane, Greenfield Forest. And one of the things we've looked at, and we'll be coming back to council to have a little bit more of a discussion once we get more information, is a carbon credit offset program that we could potentially participate in, which would generate some revenue for SDG. And there's pluses and minuses to it, and we'll get into the details once we hear more about the program and what it means for us. On the noxious weed control side of things, that is another element to Phil's portfolio, is we responded to 43 calls in 2022, supported local municipal roadside vegetation management, and as part of the noxious weed control, there were some weed orders that were issued. And it was a transition year between Peter Leinar, who was our former weed inspector. He retired, which facilitated incorporating that role into the work that Phil does with us. For the 2023 budget, on the revenue side of the ledger, we do have, as I mentioned, the harvest at SDG 9 and 10, which is anticipated to bring in approximately $43,000. That could happen this year, could happen next year. The way we manage the uncertainty with the revenue is the revenue. Our philosophy has been to date, and I hope, again, council continues to support this, is that any revenue received from harvest, we put that exact amount into a reserve. So if we actually don't realize revenue this year through that harvest, then we don't put that corresponding value into reserve, and that's a land securement reserve so that we can purchase desirable properties that we need to, or that we feel is important to protect, or also to enhance some of our forests. Other revenue that we do receive, we do have a small revenue generated from the maple tapping agreement we have at the Howard Mitchell Forest. Phil is busy looking into some other opportunities that may be out there for us in subsequent years, but this is small revenue that we do generate and very successful and a good use of a very productive forest. We are looking for, we have applied for some tree planting funding through and hoping to increase the efforts that we have and the amount we put into roadside tree planting, and student funding to help offset the cost of a student this summer. Expenses side, for weed control compared to, and it's a challenging year to compare between last year and this year for expenses because it is a wholesale change to how the year was budgeted for, given we now have a full-time person on board. But on weed control, we did eliminate the staffing expense because it's incorporated into the overall role that Phil plays, and the general expenses are slightly reduced as well. From a forestry perspective, some of the expenses we have this year include obviously wages and benefits, and that's increased as a result of hiring a full-time staff person within the division. Forestry management itself, and you'll see in the budget we break it out into various categories. Forestry management is where we're administrating, and it's the administration and operational costs related to harvesting activities. So this year we're focusing efforts on mechanical site preparation, invasive species control, tree marking, and harvest prescription reviews and approvals. So there's a bunch of different activities where we're working towards harvests in the future, or making sure we're well prepared for harvests as it comes along. And don't be afraid to interrupt me if I'm saying something incorrect. Yeah, thank you. Forest property expenses. So these are expenses that are associated with maintaining our county forest properties. So there's a little distinction there. One is related to the actual harvest activities that we're doing, so preparing for and administering harvest. This is just general forest property expenses. So the costs have been updated this year to reflect their proactive delivery of the service that we're providing. It allows for increased accountability to council and a more responsive model, and that's proven to be true since Phil's been on board and will continue to be true through 2023. So some of the items included in this forest budget, this budget item is FSC certification fees. We are Forest Stewardship Council certified, so all of our products coming out of our forests are FSC certified, and you may see that if you look at lumber and different products. It's I would suggest the highest certification you can have when it comes to forest products. So all of our forests meet that certification level, and there's quite a process and an audit that's associated with that on either an annual. There's some annual work that takes place, and then big audits that take place at regular intervals. One of the activities we are proposing to do in 2023 is the removal of a pedestrian bridge in the Warwick Forest and replace it with something a little more cost effective. The bridge is at the end of it's a pedestrian bridge, a wooden bridge at the end of its service life, and we're looking to replace that with something a little more robust and less expensive. We do want to continue to work with our friends at the Ontario Woodlot Association, the local chapter at the Osnabrück Forest. That's a forest we're looking to develop and create a trail network and more of an educational forest there. So we're excited for that. Continuing with our forest and sign installation, boundary marker installations. That's a big activity that we want to continue to work on. As well as entrance and access improvements. There are certain forests where we need to be prepared for certain activities coming up in the future, so we want to invest in some entrances and make sure that we have good access to the property and not have to park on the side of the road. We do have included the snow removal costs at Somerstown Forest, as we discussed at our last meeting, and then the equipment expenses associated with doing some of those activities. When we talk about roadside tree planting, and this is a site that we're going to be planting next year, we have budgeted $35,000 in roadside tree planting, and that assumes we receive $10,000 from Tree Canada funding. If we don't receive the Tree Canada funding, which we're waiting for confirmation whether we do or don't, we will, from an expense side of things, we'll just reduce our accomplishment by $10,000. So what I'm trying to say is we have a revenue of $10,000. Our expense of roadside tree considers that we've got that revenue. If we don't get that $10,000, we'll just reduce the amount of work we're doing on roadside tree planting accordingly. On the special projects, so we do have special projects where it's not necessarily related to overall management, but rather very individual special projects. We have included $20,000 to continue the Woodlot Advisory Service program. We do have a budget of $25,000 for small projects, and a good example of a project that we're looking at for 2023 is hazard ash removal at Somerstown Forest. There is a pile of ash trees in that forest that are very close to the trail network, and if you drive by anytime during the wintertime, you'll see how busy it is in there. So, there are risks associated with that, and Phil's right now developing some risk matrix and some ways to make sure we're inspecting regularly and keeping a safe eye on some of those trails. And so one of the activities we're proposing next year is to start, some of that hazard ash tree removal. And an opportunity we are also looking at is there a way to generate revenue from that? For example, it's not just about getting the trees out of the way, but is there a way we can actually convert that into, for example, firewood or something of that nature? So that's, Phil's busy working on those opportunities. Again, at the Osnabrück Forest, looking at some trail improvements, and we have $5,000 proposed for some specialized forestry equipment to help Phil do the work he does. As I mentioned, with the revenue, we have budgeted $43,000 to go to the Land Securement Fund. Again, if we don't actually see that revenue generated this year, then this becomes a zero, but it's dependent on that. In terms of options that proposed for council is we could look at reducing the roadside forestry budget or the Woodlot Advisory Service. It is something we've been providing, but certainly it's a value add that council can look to eliminate if they're looking for some savings. Similarly, on the small projects budget, there's, depending on what council would like to see or not see, we could propose up to $22,500 in savings. And the alternative, again, as an add-on, is we can increase funding into the land securement reserve if council wants to be a little more aggressive with putting money aside to be able to fund purchase of desirable properties.
Thank you, Mr. Dehaan. 10 minutes to lunch. Thoughts on the options that Mr. Dehaan has presented, or anything else about the forestry budget? Councillor Densham.
Thank you, Warden Fraser. So great work in Warwick Forest. My wife and I walk that all the time, and it's fantastic to see the work, and I look forward to seeing the new bridge. On the woodlot advice that we give to the public, I know that South Nation offers the same type of service, and are we competing, or is it complementary to what we're doing there? Are we competing for cost, essentially?
Yeah, so that program will still be continued to be delivered through South Nation Conservation.
We pay them to do that
we
service
pay them
for
to do
us.
that.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Lang.
Thank you, Mr. Warden, and through you. Forestry management, it's gone up a little bit. Is that because we're doing a lot more? I'm assuming that's some costs or some money that we're sending towards South Nation. And just explain it to me, like we have you full time now. I would have kind of thought it'd go the other way.
Sorry. For the forestry management side of things, that increase in price is reflective of the site prep that we need to do at SDG 2021. This site was harvested in 2019 and 2020 under the White Pine Shelterwood system. And as a result, we look at what the future of the forest will be and do regular inspections to see what the natural regeneration is coming in. Unfortunately, we have no natural regeneration on the site. It's infested with, unfortunately, glossy buckthorn, which is an invasive species. So that overall cost is reflective of the amount of work that we have to do on that site to reestablish the plantation for future management. So.
Thank you. That makes sense. Could I have a second one? Thank you, Mr. Warden. So are you now the county weed inspector? And if so, do we get, is that reimbursed to us from the province, or?
No reimbursement from the province. I believe the county has to provide that service, I think, like it's legislated.
Yes, through the Weed Control Act.
Yeah. So we don't get any funding back for that.
Thank you. I wasn't sure how it was done first, so you've taken over the job from person who retired. Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry. Oh, Councillor Williams.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Warden. I'm just looking at the roadside forestry budget line, 35,000. In the last few years, we had fair bit of discussion about, using trees and particular bushes for blowing snow, and I'm just wondering whether or not what exactly the plan is. Like, how are you choosing which roadsides are getting these trees, and are you planning these plantings based on snow fencing properties? And that kind of thing, because I really believe that we need to make snow fencing with trees a priority. And I'm just wondering whether or not we can actually have maybe a key information report or something to that effect, showing us exactly where these trees are going and what the benefits of them are going to be.
Sure. So if I may, my plan will be to develop a 3-year planting plan, which will outline key parcels and also key areas where drifting snow is occurring at a regular, occurrence. So what I've done in September, since I've started here, was did a tour with each one of the road supervisors to sort of establish where these problem areas exist throughout the county, and then we'll be strategically targeting those areas with tree species that are going to promote not only living snow fences as they may be, but also planting them and planting them accordingly so that the trees are planted relatively close together, grow uniform, but also don't inhibit any other factors which may be sight lines and those sort of things. So all that will come into consideration, and I'll be looking at developing that 3-year plan this year and implementing those planting locations over the next 3 years.
Okay, and will you keep council informed on where those locations are? I think, you know, the public would be interested to know that because they're the ones that use these roads, and I know that drifting snow can create, you know, real driving hazards for them. So I think this is something that should remain as a top priority in the forestry division.
Yes, absolutely.
And is $35,000 enough to be able to make some real progress so that we actually have, you know, decent coverage in, you know, in a reasonable time?
Yes, I believe so. Bringing this service in-house, you know, looking over the next couple of years, be looking to plant on average between 2,500 and 5,000 trees on the roadsides.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. I was wondering if council had any thoughts towards option 3, increasing funding to land securement reserve. I see it's gone from 60 to 43,000. I would like to discuss bringing it back up to 60 because, I mean, it is a great program. It's nice to have that money available, and I just thought it might not be something anybody else wants to talk about, but I just want to table it.
Thoughts on Councillor McDonald's proposal? Councillor Broad.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Through you, I'd prefer us to increase the planting of more trees versus to the reserves, as we see clear cutting going on in a lot of areas. It's a concern of residents about how many trees we do have. I'd prefer to see us plant more trees.
Is that a thought? Is that in line with your comment? I don't believe it is.
I was thinking for, as it says here, natural heritage study, the natural heritage significant regions, just have money if those come up, but maybe it's a different conversation.
I think there's two conversations going on.
Sure, the answer would be I'd prefer, as opposed to moving more money to reserves, to add the money to tree planting, and if we don't get the $10,000 grant, to keep it at $35,000 versus reducing it to $25,000. Would be my thought on.
Thank you for your thought,
Councillor McDonald's statement.
And I think we're going to go around the room here, Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. And yeah, I agree. I wish we could plant more trees because tree cutting is, clear cutting is a major issue. Do we have the staff in-house to plant more trees?
We could look at a combination of factors, whether it be us purchasing the trees and having a contractor plant them on a price per unit basis, either increasing the size of the trees that are planted as well will increase your cost, but it also allows you to spend less money on tending. You know, you plant a larger tree, you don't have to maintain it as long to get it to a free to grow stage. So those are some of the options that we are looking at currently. And establishing certain tree species where they meet the site suitability and also the needs of the sort of living snow fence that we're trying to achieve. We have a number of factors, roadside ditches, overhead constraints, which are utilities, which limit sometimes planting of certain species. So those are all the factors that we're taking into account. So,
Just subsequent, did Councillor Broad have a number that in mind?
Councillor Broad.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Through you, I would definitely like us to do the $35,000 on that budget line versus reducing at $10,000 to maintain that. And if we thought we wanted to add even 10 more, that would be where I was thinking.
Thoughts? Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Williams. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. I would support that if it is for roadsides and snow fencing in particular.
Councillor McGillis?
Yeah, I like the idea to what Councillor Broad's intention is and what he wants to support. I know we've talked about the tree cutting and the clear cutting that's been going on prevalently. And I think it's important that we continue our efforts to ensure that we keep planting trees, because we don't seem to have any authority to well, I think North Stormont put a little bit of a stop to some of the tree cutting there. And I think that we all have to look at what you did at your municipality, so that we can maybe look into doing something ourselves, because I think it's happening too often and too much. So I agree with what you're saying, and I will support you with the numbers too as well.
Thank you for your comments. 10,000. Councillor Landry.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Before I say I support, so my only question, would the forestry division be looking at finding an additional 10,000? I'm just concerned where we're looking at funding extra, but at the same time it's at the expense of what? So are we staying internal to the forestry division, or are we going out outside of the actual division?
So, I hope this answers the question. My thought is that we remove the revenue, the $10,000 in revenue, and so it would stay internal with the forestry. So our budget is $35,000 as it is now. We just don't show the revenue so that we make sure it's taxed for. If we get the additional $10,000, then we're going to we'll overspend by the end of the year by that $10,000. So we'll have spent $45,000 when our budget says $35,000, offset by the funding we did receive. That's my suggestion. I'm kind of looking to Rebecca if she loves it or hates it. Yeah, it's 6 happen, same thing. So.
Subsequent. So my comment basically is, if we're looking at additional funds coming in off the tax levy, and now we're looking at our residents now to increase to 3.73 because we want, so that's where I want to find out where we are looking at this funding coming from, would be my only, before supporting it, would be my question. Thank you.
So specifically would be additional taxation, $10,000 in additional taxation.
Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. I would like to put on the table for discussion that the additions that we're proposing, the additions to the county fairs, for example, and as well as potential for the roadside forestry, that we ask staff, in order to keep the tax rate where it is currently proposed, ask staff to remove items elsewhere in the budget in order to keep the tax rate where it is currently proposed.
Thank you.
And maybe that's a discussion for later, but I'm not in favor of raising the tax rate in order to add items into the budget. That's my position.
Thank you for your thoughts. Councillor McDonald.
So currently we have 9,000 extra for the fairs. If we do the banquet, which was $2,000, $10,000 for trees is $21K. We're adding $40,000 in cost recovery into the planning department we're going to charge out instead of not charging out. So we're still up 19,000. We still have $19,000 below what we've spent so far.
Does his math add up?
Perhaps through you, Mr. Warden, I think we just want to be a little bit conservative on the revenue stream for planning, correctly? So.
We estimated about 40,000 was already in the budget, so an additional 30,000. So you're correct, we did the planning overall. So additional 30,000 that I sent her back to.
Okay. So that brings it down a little bit. Yeah, that's fine. It's still, we're still haven't spent more money than we cut. Yep.
Through you,
Madam
Mr.
Clerk.
Warden, there's $2,700 for the operational that we just got this week. Rebecca, you've captured that. Okay.
So at the end of the day, Councillor Williams, I think to your contention is that what I'm understanding is that we're still negative to what was presented to us in the package with that 373 number.
Mr. Warden, so that means no change?
Essentially, I believe it's proposed to be a reduction of a small amount, total
Okay,
reduction.
thank you. Thank you very much.
Councillor McDonald.
I would also support the trees, and I'll remove my request just because it seems like council.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Councillor St. Pierre.
Thank you, Mr. Warden, and not to drag it on, but I think at the end of the day, we just have to do the plus minuses and find out where we're at. I mean, if we're only talking $10,000 increase and it becomes a 3.74% tax rate, I mean, we're really talking very minimal. So I think we just have to, at the end of the day, do the adds, the subtractions, and figure out where our tax rate is at that time, versus just saying we just want to be at 3.73 at noon hour.
Yes, of course. It's what I like to comment on. It's what we can stomach presenting to the public, as opposed to a hard number. And but we do have that number 373, and we do have Councillor Williams' concern, and we are all concerned about increasing the level of taxation to the public. Anything further to the proposition from Councillor Broad? Anything further to forestry? See nothing. Oh, I'm sorry, Madam Clerk. Yes, we're 6 minutes late. Okay, so we'll continue with Mr. Dahan when we return from lunch. And how long do you expect we have to eat, Madam Clerk? Let's try to be back by 12:45. Welcome back, Councillor Williams. They thought of delivering lunch, but they decided not to.
Oh, darn, and I was waiting.
Okay, so we're back and we have Transportation Division and Mr. DeHaan.
Thank you, and good to be back again. And I now realize, too, I'm remiss by not also thanking our patrol supervisors who put a lot of time and input into the stuff we're going to talk about first. So with me, Derek McMillan, our Manager of Operations, who's helped put the operational side of things. I've split the presentation into two distinct kind of pieces. One is the operations and then capital. So we'll start with Derek's area of expertise, and then we'll go to capital next. But I guess I always like to preface these discussions about transportation with a good reminder of what we're talking about investing in. And for us, it's 2,000 kilometers of paved roads and over 200 bridges. And they add up to, if something catastrophic happened, we'd be over $1 billion replacing all of these assets. And so it's a pretty significant value of assets that we have, and they require what I like to consider reasonable investments or realistic investments to be able to keep them in the shape they're in. I think we've got quite a road system, and kudos to those that came before us to get us to this point. And the analogy of keeping your foot on the gas pedal, I think, is always appropriate here. And not only, roads and bridges are the sexy things to talk about, but the realistic part of it too is that we have a multitude of culverts, signs, streetlights, patrol yards, pieces of equipment that also need to be invested in to be able to manage the infrastructure we've got. So very quickly, I always like to talk about what we did last year before we talk about what's coming up next. And we will do that. I'll be very brief here, but what 2022 looked like, and I guess for some around the table, a little bit of what we did last year, maybe some good information to provide as we talk about what's going on in 2023. Resurfacing was a very busy year for us last year in resurfacing. We rehabilitated approximately 60 kilometers of roadways and resurfaced 60 kilometers of roadway. So, that was quite an accomplishment in a year. Usually we're targeting around 50, and that's what we're talking about in 2023. But we did some extra roads with some money that we had left over, and council wisely invested in getting ahead. And there's no, it's a great thing to talk about. With that work, we actually completed the 4-year plan that had previously been in front of us, and now we've created the new 2023 to 2026 plan, but the previous plan was up to 2022. So again, great work by the last council to invest in that and get that work done. CCTV inspections, we did complete those across multiple local municipalities. Again, this is to look at our storm sewer assets and get a better sense of what condition they're in and prepare ourselves as we continue to invest in and update our asset management plan. We did culvert lining of a variety of pipes. That's a very common rehabilitation technique we like to use on our pipes. When you have a paved roadway, it gets very, very expensive to cut the roadway, pull a pipe out, put a new pipe in, repave the roadway. Often on the smaller diameter, it's a little more cost effective to line that culvert, and that's something we've been doing for many, many years and we are continuing to do. There are instances where the lining just doesn't make sense, so we did invest in cross culvert replacements last year and did a multitude of cross culverts across the county. Usually, the ones that are not buried too deep but are larger is the ones we are targeting, or deteriorated to a point where lining actually can't happen because they're misshapen or whatnot, which is also common. Big capital projects we worked on last year, a Lakeshore Drive culvert, and that's on what used to be County Road 4. It was a commitment we made to South Dundas whenever that road was transferred to the local municipality. And we knew at the time that transfer was taking place, that culvert was nearing the end of its service life, and we had, as part of the agreement of transfer, we had committed to replacing it at a certain point in time. So last year was the year we needed to pull the trigger. And that was a very successful project, and great work by the contractor. We had bundled that with the Doran Bay, and part of the reason we did so well on those projects is we had bundled those together with the Doran Bay culvert replacement, which is, if I back up, you can kind of see on the map how close those two are. So really great way to be able to coordinate that activity, and that was a big project for us, and I know an impactful project for the community, having to close County Road 2 and detour while this work was taking place. And as we were putting this slideshow together, I don't know if anybody remembers last summer, but we had some challenges with water control here. Of course, we're fighting the St. Lawrence River at Doran Bay, and you can see even in the sheet piling some of the water that's getting through some of the sheet piling and around the sheet piling. So they had kind of two, this dam, this bag dam in front of the sheet piling, and they were still fighting that water. So it was quite a technically challenging project, so good on the contractor for being able to accomplish the work. We did complete the Hallville Creek culvert last year. That's on County Road 1 in Hallville, and that's a project that was done, culvert at the end of its service life, but also a nice project that's going to tie in wonderfully with the work that the Township of North Dundas is doing on their community park project that's happening in this space right here. I hope I'm kind of zoomed in. Do I have that correct? It's that space right there that's going to be developed into a lovely park for that community. We replaced the Hosick Creek Bridge. That was a conventional bridge that we were able to use box culverts for. You can see the box culvert in the distance here. And that's something we often do if we have the ability through hydraulic analysis to be able to go to a more like culvert type of structure rather than a bridge. We do, just for the simple fact that it's a quicker construction time and often much cheaper than rehabilitating a bridge, closing lanes, and investing in a more high-cost structure. So this was a great example of where we were able to do that last year, and again, successful project that was realized. The Ferguson Bridge, which is on County Road 18, just west of St. Andrews, was rehabilitated last year, just a conventional, typical rehabilitation of one of the structures that needed to be done. Oh, and as a note, maybe for those that don't know, the Ferguson Bridge is named after one of the former county engineers, Alan Ferguson. So that's how that name was derived. East Castor River Bridge, again, another what we know was a very impactful construction project, although there was lane closures and we could continue to push traffic through County Road 31. It was a long project, a lot of traffic delays, and we appreciate everybody's patience while we went through that and were able to rehabilitate that structure. Personally, and we've talked about it a little bit, but it was a busy year for myself leading the one window project through the Eastern Ontario Leadership Council. We've pretty much successfully wrapped that up. We're just in the final stages of wrapping that up right now, but it's more or less done. So I'm quite proud of the work that we accomplished there. Other activities that we did accomplish as well, and I don't think we should gloss over the fact that we spent $10 million in various road repair and maintenance activities. That's our snow plowing, mowing, ditching, and all of those types, cross culvert replacements, all sorts of different work that we did. So we're spending and we're investing well in our infrastructure and maintenance that we're doing to that infrastructure. We've been busy working on detailed design of County Road 22, and that continues on this year. Detailed design of Main Street, County Road 34 in Alexandria. We did purchase a new snow plow last year. We have done some minor improvements to patrol yards, and that's the type of activity we're going to continue doing. We did get a good chunk of the advanced fingerboard sign project completed. We are finishing that this year, but that work we spent a lot of time and effort on. Worked on the regional waste management study, which continues, that the success of that work I think will continue to bear fruit as time goes on, and I'm confident in the very near future you'll receive an update at your local councils about our first meeting of that working group and kind of the activities that come out of it, and we do have another meeting scheduled in March, so we're looking forward to getting together again with that working group and getting some goals accomplished. And last but not least, we finally were able to install our two-way radio system in our patrol trucks and plows, which I believe was extremely helpful to have, particularly this winter in that winter storm. So good to be able to connect in that way with our staff, and kind of what's old is new again, I guess. And that's what that project was all about. So going into 2023, that was just like I said, a very quick snapshot of 2022, but going into 2023, from a revenue side of the budget, we are certainly using a lot of reserves to lessen the budget impact. That's something that, again, with the help of Rebecca and her staff, One of the things we've been looking at is how do we rationalize some of these reserves that we've had in the past that are now, for now completed projects. So some projects have finished where we'd put money aside to be able to make sure we could fund it without having to tax for it in the subsequent year. Project's finished and we have a small balance associated with it. So this was a budget year where we said now's the time to look at all those, collect and make sure we use those to our advantage. An example of that would be in Morrisburg. We had some reserves for the Morrisburg roundabout project, culvert repairs that we've done in the past. Even back when we did Queen Street in Chesterville, that we had a reserve that we carried forward into the previous year that was that we're able to just kind of wipe out and offset against some of our costs this year. This year, from reserves, we're using County Road 22 reserve that we have created to help offset some of those costs in 2023, and I'll talk about that a little bit more when we talk about that expense. We're proposing to use the equipment reserve, and that's in accordance with our 10-year plan. Again, I'll get into a little bit more detail of how that's working in the budget. From the revenue side of what we collect, we're proposing revenues that are consistent with what we had proposed in 2022 or what was realized in 2022. Revenues that we get through our department include permit fees, so for oversized, overdimensional permits. We do get aggregate royalties whenever we're selling surplus equipment. That's revenue that we do generate within our department. We are using municipal modernization funding to fund the purchase of a street sweeper unit, and last update we got, it's still on schedule to be delivered and sweep our local municipalities and county roads this spring. So we're really excited to get that piece of equipment. And additionally, we have the typical gas tax funding and Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund that's going against projects we're working on, and that's pretty standard in any given budget year. And we have some revenue associated with some student funding that we will hopefully receive. That's not working. Okay, now talking specifically about operations, and this is really the stuff that's happening through the patrol garages, and again, that's, Derek's here to back me up in case there's some questions that need a little bit more detail answering. When we look at individual kind of activities that we're doing within our operational work, the patching and sweeping expenses that we've proposed in 2022 are remaining relatively unchanged. One development or proposed change in 2023 is something we've been anticipating for many years, and we're finally at that point. We're decreasing the value of our shoulder maintenance, and it's just now we are at that point where with the paved shoulders we have, we can eliminate one of the graders that we have. We have two graders right now that operate kind of in the east and the west. And as time has gone on, we've had to do less and less shoulder grading because we have a paved shoulder that is actually functioning from a safety perspective to avoid that drop off. And we've been eyeing this, and this has been a targeted plan for us, and we're now at that point we can get rid of a grader and just operate with one grader and continue to maintain the right kind of level of service and safety that we need for our residents. So that's a big testament to what paved shoulders mean and how it impacts us on the operational side. Mowing, brushing, and roadside maintenance budget has been increased, and that's just one of the big target items in that budget code is the dying dead ash trees along our roadsides. You drive around anywhere in SDG and you're bound to see dead ash trees. We do have, and Phil, with Phil being here, we're working on developing like a hazard matrix, and we do have something in place right now. We want to formalize it a little bit better. The staff we've got are very good at identifying certainly ones that we really have to pay attention to and address, but we do want to start to also get a little more proactive and get ahead of these things so that we're not necessarily that it's reactive, it's already fallen, but to the point where all the bark is gone, and let's hope it doesn't get too windy before we cut this thing down. We want to be a little bit further ahead on that type of activity. Operationally, culverts, drainage, and ditching has decreased, and one of the things that council may note is there's a little bit of variation when you look at budget from last year, budget to this year. We have changed where some of the activities lie, whether it's in the operational side of our budget versus the capital side, and really we're just trying to recognize that some of the work we're doing from a culvert rehabilitation perspective and replacement perspective is, for example, if we know we're paving a roadway as part of the 4-year plan that we have, we know we're paving a roadway. We're in there the year or two ahead of time, looking at those culverts, evaluating if we need to do a rehab on it or replacement on it, and getting that work done. So those types of activities where it's in advance of rehabilitation replacement, it's covered under the capital side of the budget. And some of those deteriorated culverts that are failing, about to fail, or we have a sinkhole in the roadway and we have to do an emergency replacement, that's more operational, even though it's kind of the same activity, but we're trying to differentiate between the two types of expenses that we have and be able to control those costs a little bit more efficiently and effectively with staff. So we've had some realignment of things. Culverts is one of those things that we've realigned where it sits within the budget itself. Similarly, painting and specialty markings was moved from operational to capital, and again, that's our capital staff that are looking after those activities. So we wanted to have it in a place where they have a better sense of where they are spent and what's going on with that budget. Signage, lighting, and railway budget has increased, and that's reflective of the higher product costs that we have, and it accommodates the cost associated with finishing that fingerboard project sign that was started last year. That was something council was passionate about seeing us do. We have done a great job at, I think most posts are installed, and we're now at that point where we're putting up signs, and we should be complete that this year. Yeah, okay, good. I'm not overcommitting. Similarly, it's not in the slide, but we have changed the way guide rail is budgeted as well. We have a maintenance side of guide rail that's included in the operation side of the budget, and we have a capital guide rail component, which is in the capital side. So I hope that's not too, I hope I'm not being too confusing with those things, and let me know if I am. I can try and clarify it a little bit better. Plowing and spreading budget is based on our historical trends and contract costs that we have. The 2023 budget reflects what we expect in terms of effort and costs necessary to maintain the current level of service being provided by SDG. And one of the big drivers of the increase there, of course, is fuel. I'm sure council can appreciate that fuel has been a big driver, and that impacts how much it costs us to do the work and subsequently impacts that type of activity. Winter maintenance materials, again, is an increase, and it's associated with the cost of the contract cost with that material. That said, I want to reiterate, we are continuing to experiment with anti-icing technologies. We've invested some good money in anti-icing tanks. We've used them, and we'll continue to use them and find ways to lessen the amount of salt we're putting on those roadways, because we appreciate the value of that, and not only from a cost perspective, but from an environmental profile perspective. So it's something that is very much on our mind all the time. Supervision, patrolling, and those other maintenance activities remain unchanged from 2022. Equipment, again, we kind of briefly went over this at our January meeting, but when it comes to equipment, we charge. Whenever we're doing plowing, for example, just for council's information, we have an equipment cost. So if the plow is out, we charge ourselves an hourly rate, and then we also charge, we recover that rental rate. And what we're trying to do is balance out what it costs us to operate the equipment versus what it's costing us to invest in the equipment and keep it going, and fuel and things like that. So we have to monitor. It's a way for us to not only compare ourselves to private industry, because we're giving a true cost accounting to the activities that we're doing, but also make sure that we are putting enough money into our maintenance activity, when I say maintenance, like repair activities and fuel activities, or fuel costs and things like that, so that we're recovering appropriately. So operating expenses when it comes to equipment is based on historical costs. And just for context in terms of what the cost of fuel means for the county, in 2021, we budgeted approximately $410,000 for fuel. This budget is $591,000 for fuel. And that's just fuel. So big change compared to what we were paying in 2021 to what we pay now. And our goal always with the rental recovery and those costs is that we're revenue neutral. So what we're recovering from, quote unquote, renting the equipment to ourselves is the same price as what it is to keep that equipment on the roadway. This is just I'm not expecting that council can see this with any great detail, but the point I want to convey here is that we have a 10-year equipment replacement plan. Derek put a lot of time and effort into this leading into this budget to be able to update it. We update it, I want to say, every 3 to 4 years, like really get into the granularity of it, and then every year we do a minor update to it, but it's always based on current cost of equipment right now. And that's something that does get updated, but where I'm going with this is this demonstrates all the equipment we have. We have a good plan for all the equipment we have, and we also, which is the most important part, is not only do we have a good plan for when we need to replace the equipment, but we also have a good plan on how do we fund that, and how do we make sure that we're not asking for $4 million one year because we need 7 plows and nothing the year after because now all our plows are new. So we've created a way using reserves, and this is something that's been in place since I've even been here, where we're using reserves to in and out and try and smooth out the costs of purchasing the capital purchase of equipment. And the key of all of this is we're just trying to stabilize that annual impact. One thing I do want to note, though, so this year we are going to be, what we are proposing over the next 10 years that the budget impact is increasing, and that's really to account for the increased cost of equipment. So we do recognize that what it cost us to buy a plow 3-4 years ago is not the same anymore, and that's going to change again in 10 years. So we do see that, there is a net budget impact that's increasing over the 10-year period. That all being said, we're able to sustain a healthy reserve just based on this 10-year projection, and our intention there is that by sustaining that healthy reserve, we are, we're lessening the impact to taxpayers. New equipment this year, we do have proposed 1 new snowplow and 3 half-ton pickups. So the snowplow is proposed at $320,000. The half-ton pickups are replacing what our supervisor pickups right now, and just for council's information too, when we replace a piece of equipment like that, where it's versatile, it just goes down into the fleet, and I was thinking about this morning. Is it fair to say, like, they put on 30,000, 40,000 a year? 50,000 a year on those pickups. So they are, what we like to do is, make sure that those patrol trucks, those supervisor trucks are, reliable, dependable. And then as they are transferred down into the patrol, that's where the annual mileage lessens and lessens. By the time we sell most of our surplus pickups, they're at, I want to say, 400 to 500,000 kilometers. We're able to keep them on the road that long. So just again, all part of how we manage our equipment. We are proposing 1 new 3/4 ton truck, and that's, excuse me, just gonna have a little sip here. That is a very basic fleet truck to be able to move people around, a people mover, as we like to call it. We do have 2 new 1-ton dump truck chassis, which are proposed in the budget, and we are reusing the existing dump boxes that we have right now on those chassis. So we invested well in aluminum dump boxes and the previous version of these, so now we can actually salvage that equipment, put it back onto this, and save a little bit of money in the long run. And that's something we had planned right from the outset when we purchased them the first time around. The sweeper truck I mentioned, it's being offset completely by municipal modernization funding. We do have a forestry ATV to support the work of forestry, and perhaps council's thinking, why is that in the transportation budget, not the forestry budget? There is an item in the forestry, but we're doing the same thing we do with all the equipment. Forestry is renting the equipment from transportation. It's just a way that we can manage equipment costs and equipment by keeping it within kind of one division of our organization. And we have some corporate vehicles which are operated the same way. We rent them out to the departments as they're used, or to ourselves as they're used. And 4 disc mowers, so that's another proposed piece of equipment we're purchasing, or pieces of equipment we're purchasing this year, and those mowers run right from May until September, and we keep them 3 years. They're operational 3 years, so it's time for those to be replaced. On the investing in our patrol facilities themselves, we are looking at some miscellaneous shop upgrades in 2023. And that's, we want to look at installing new doors, windows at some of the shops where they're old, deteriorated, get some more energy efficient pieces of, that type of investment. Similarly, we have a furnace we need to replace. We do have a tarp that needs to be repaired, or tarps that need to be repaired in Winchester Springs. I think I showed council that picture at our last meeting, but that's a live shot of what it looks like out there. So it's overdue for replacement. And that's it operationally. So if there's, if that's all right, if the warden will indulge, we can take a quick pause and good opportunity to ask questions while Derek's sitting here.
Thank you, Mr. DeHaan. Questions, comments for Mr. DeHaan about the operational end of it? Councillor Broad?
Thanks, Mr. Warden. Through you to Ben, Mr. DeHaan. Expected revenue from the grader, and was that showing on the fleet chart?
Yes, it was. So in terms of what revenue we are getting, I don't have the number in front of me, but yes, we were 100,000 total. Yeah, I want to say we were like the 50 to 60 range of the expected revenue from that grader. Like it's in good operating condition. We've looked after it. It hasn't been worked very hard because it's just grading shoulders really. So it's I think everything about it is very functional and in good shape.
Follow up, and it has not been sold yet?
It's a seller's market.
Sorry, do I hear 50?
While you're looking for that, would this go on Gov Deals first? Because I think there would be some interest probably from some of your lower tier municipalities. Like, is that possible given your procurement policy? I don't know that. Because
That's an easy question. Yes, so we sell everything through Gov Deals. One of the advantages that I would suggest we do provide to the local municipalities, if there is interest in a piece of equipment, come and take it for a spin, come and see it, talk to our mechanic, you get to see it and like in its whole unvarnished, there's a little bit of an advantage being a local municipality that can come in and take a look at that piece of equipment, but we do use Gov Deals for all our disposal. It's a 2003 John Deere, in great condition.
so it would go on Gov Deals before, like it would go on Gov Deals, but local municipalities would have to like test ride it essentially. That's what you're saying? Okay, perfect. I think that's probably of interest to some around the table.
Any further questions about the grader or anything else on the operational? No.
Great, thank you, Derek. Appreciate that. And now Mike will get to join me here.
How much can I get for some bridges?
Yeah. Okay, so first thing we will do is go through the, we'll call it the sexy stuff in terms of projects. So proposed work in 2023. Again, we've talked about this at length, so I'm not going to spend too much time, but we are, the budget includes what council saw at our December meeting or January meeting for the 4-year resurfacing plan. It's 47 kilometers. We have, it's roughly $10.8 million worth of resurfacing planned throughout SDG. Table 1 has those listings and locations and costs for all of those sites. We're also proposing microsurfacing, about 21 kilometers of microsurfacing across SD&G. That budget's $1 million. Locations in Table 2 of the report. Ongoing activities that are proposed in 2023. We are in a year that we have to do biennial inspections, and I do want to say that we have 4 of the 6 local municipalities participating in this as a joint tender, as well as the Mohawk Council of Akwesasne. So we've got some good, this is I think the most we've ever had included in our OSIM inspection bundled project, so that's exciting for us. I'm glad we can provide a little bit of support for that. Specialty markings and centerline painting is consistent with previous years in terms of budgets. There is increased cost for those materials, but it is necessary work from a safety perspective. As I mentioned previously, we've moved guide rail installation and replacement over to this side of the budget, so we are proposing $325,000 in 2023, and that is consistent with our budget last year. And we continue to do traffic counting. That's an important activity that we need to do to maintain an understanding of our road classes and how much traffic we do have on our roadways. What we attempt to do is essentially, a third to half of our county get a good count on every year or 2 years, every year to 3 years. So we've got a good rotational schedule, and it's something we actually use our summer students for. So that's a great activity for summer students to be able to collect and disseminate that data for us. And proposed some CCTV inspections of storm sewers, and that's to the tune of $50,000. And correct me if I'm wrong, Mike, but that finishes the CCTV work. No, we still have a little bit more to do before we get going again. But that's something, to be honest with council, we have to do. What we're going to get onto is a cycle. So every year we're going to have a small budget amount, and we're just going to keep going around SDG and probably get to each municipality once every 6 years and take a good look at those sewers, make sure we have a good understanding of the condition. Getting ready, so this is the part of the budget where we're preparing ourselves for work that's coming. Again, when I talked about doing culvert replacements in advance of paving, that's where this budget is located, and that's $260,000. Again, whether we replace it or we line it depends on the condition and available money we have. We do have a budget item for in-house engineering and miscellaneous land purchases, so there's many times throughout the year where we may need a little piece of land because we're doing some work and it's an unbudgeted or unexpected type of purchase that we need to make. And in-house engineering is to cover some of those internal design costs that we have as we're doing work for ourselves or local municipality. Project specific, we are proposing to complete the County Road 18 embankment repairs. That's something that, if you've been on council before, sounds very familiar, but so this is the year we are going to get it done, I promise. It's a slope stabilization project just actually south of Valade Road. We had intended to do it in 2021, and as we were working through that process, we realized we needed to actually have a widening of the right-of-way at the bottom just to be able to do a proper slope at the bottom. So we've been working with the landowner, and that's been very good. But last year our challenge was we had a bridge project. The Ferguson Bridge was right beside it, so it was just didn't from a contracting perspective, didn't make sense to try and pursue that this year. Last year. So that's why it's on the books this year. It is being paid for completely from reserves because we did budget for it in 2021, and we just put that money aside as the project had not been completed. We are proposing to continue the design work on County Road 34 in Alexandria. There is a public information session coming up next week, I believe. So we look forward to, I unfortunately will not be there, but Mike and the team will be there, and I'm sure it will be a great opportunity to have some good discussions about the design and how that's progressing and what we can do to continue to work with the community. County Road 22, we've budgeted $2.5 million. We had a good discussion at our last council meeting, so I won't belabor this one, but we have included $2.5 million in the 2023 budget. $2 million of that is from reserves, and so $500,000 is being from taxation. We intend to tender the work this summer, and realistically it'll be, I think the bulk of the expense will be in 2023, just based on the scope of work and what we have to accomplish out there. But it'll be a great opportunity if we can get this project started this year to be able to start moving forward and get that work done. Traffic signal installation on County Road 34, 43 Alexandria. There is some cleanup that is offset by reserves. This was funded through reserves, but we do have some final cleanup that we need to do, and we're going to tie some of that cleanup work into some of the paving work we want to do in Alexandria, just to tidy up some of that pavement condition there, and that's included in the budget. I spoke briefly again of this one at our last meeting, Williamstown storm sewer lining. We are resurfacing this piece of County Road 17 in proposed right now 2025, subject to budget approval, and the sewer underneath is in pretty deplorable shape. That's why we do these camera inspections, to find these things out. And we want to make sure that before we go and resurface that roadway, the underground infrastructure is in good shape. So proposing to do the lining in 2023, pave in 2025, knowing with confidence that that sewer is, well protected. I mentioned the Permit Central one-window permit project. We're wrapping that up. There is some money that we're spending this year. It is coming from funding, so it's not a tax. It's not tax dollars, but it is a line that you see in our budget. We have included a budget item for the sun glare study at County Road 43 and 7, and that work is going to take place at the end of March. They're going to be able to get out and start looking at it. Do I have that correct? So we'll come back to council with what the findings are and perhaps next steps with that. We are proposing $15,000 to go towards a geotechnical review of the County Road 2 dikes. And these dikes we know about. We just don't have what I would say what I'd say we're missing is a proactive program that's actively monitoring them to make sure they're in good, stable condition. We have no reason to believe there's any issue with them. Created during the seaway flooding, and something we should be monitoring on a more regular basis. So what we'd like to do this year is set up a good program, get a good baseline analysis of what they are, and set up a good program going forward. Morseburg drainage improvements. We had done some, as spring arrived last year, or we went through some freeze-thaw cycles in Morseburg last year. We identified some enhancements that we needed to do with the drainage, and there was some pretty bad puddling, and water wasn't getting to some of the storm system. What we did was last year we did a bunch of improvements, and it seems to be bearing fruit in terms of much improved compared to how it was last year. And credit to Derek and his staff. We got some updated pictures just to make sure things are working today, because it's quite warm out there today. Everything seems to be working well, but we do have a budget of $5,000 where we have to do some paving at the Home Hardware just to clean up that pavement, because it was temporary what we finished in the fall of last year. Cardinal Municipal Drain is a culvert replacement that we are proposing on County Road 20 just south of Dominionville, and it's a full replacement of that culvert. Eastman Creek culvert lining. Last year we did a spray and culvert liner, and we're proposing something similar at Eastman Creek, and that's on County Road 42 just north of South Branch Road at the City of Cornwall boundary. Inkerman Bridge design and girder pre-purchase. We're proposing a $500,000 budget for this project. Really, the big expense is coming in 2024. But what we would like to do is finish the design. The design has been started, but finish the design and actually go and pre-purchase those girders that we're going to need for the replacement of essentially the superstructure of this bridge. So by pre-purchasing those this year, it just makes sure we have the material and everything ready to go for next year. So I would suggest a very strategic investment in this project this year so that we can execute next year. Martintown Bridge rehabilitation, $1.8 million is proposed in our budget for the rehabilitation of this structure in 2023. It's a conventional rehab that's being proposed here just to maintain its condition. South Nation Bridge rehabilitation. Again, we talked about that at our last meeting, so I won't get into it too much. Rather, the budget reflects a full closure scenario. Other miscellaneous bridge design work that's being proposed in 2023 includes design work on the Pitson Creek Bridge, and the picture that council's looking at right now. You say, hey, Haynesville, right at the boundary, why is this a county bridge? But the reality is we have several structures that meet the definition of county bridges that are not on county roads. Pitson Creek being one of them. We share that bridge with Leeds and Grenville. Additionally, we are going to finish the design of Lunenburg Bridge, Hess Creek Bridge, and we're proposing to start design work on the CN Bridge in Morseburg. Other bridge work we're proposing in 2023 includes culvert end repairs. We've been doing that over the last 3 years now. It's been a successful program for us, and it's very much almost like a day labor type of or small contract type of work where we're fixing some of those culvert ends that are deteriorated. And the idea there is most of what we're investing in is those structures where the inside is in really good shape. It's the outside that's exposed to the elements and maybe more of the salt coming off the roadway that's deteriorated. And by putting some money and time and effort into those outside ends, it's preserving it's making sure that that whole bridge, when it's time to go, rather than having something that can easily be fixed be the determining factor while you're in there doing a replacement. And just in our projects from last year, we have some unfinished cleanup that's necessary to do. So that's it there. And just quickly continuing on. Sorry, I see this got. From reserves, proposed reserve transactions this year, we are proposing $308,000 to go into our resurfacing reserve, and that's slowly rebuilding the reserve balance of what we've used in last year, finishing the 60 kilometers of paving in a very challenging year from an asphalt cement adjustment perspective. We're proposing $115,000 to go into the building reserve. Council has normally been supporting $175,000 per year to go into this. What we've done in this budget is we've reduced that value based on what we're actually investing in Winchester Springs. So the overall value, and that was the purpose of that reserve, was to help offset the bigger replacements as we needed to do it. So it's consistent with how we've approached it in the past. My point is that we're just have to put less in the reserve because we're actually spending some of that money this year. And some money into the equipment reserve, and that's really to help with our 10-year equipment purchasing plan. From the overhead and administrative side of the work we do, wages increases reflect cost of living adjustments. There is a small increase for some garage expenses, and that's our heating and all of the typical expenses that go along with operating those garages. We're not changing our budget for training, meeting, and conferences. Office and drafting supplies has been increased to account for the additional advertising, software licenses, and general operating expenses that we have within the office. From the insurance and legal budget, we do have allowances for unplanned expenses and insurance and our typical insurance costs. We do have included in that budget a line item to support collective bargaining this year. We do have collective bargaining taking place this year. And payroll and benefits has increased based on the costs associated with that activity. And getting into, I don't know if you want to pause there or you want me to get right into the options that I've highlighted for council.
Well, thank you. Is there any questions or comments before we get to that section? Seeing none, go right ahead then, Ben.
Okay. Very quickly, so we have a bunch of different options, and I think of all the options, I'd like to spend a little bit more time on this one. And I know we keep coming back and talking about the 4-year plan, but one of the things, and I do have to give staff credit to this one, it was certainly a challenging budget right from the outset to find, something that we felt was palatable to council and realistic. One of the things that our staff did subsequent to the discussion with the 4-year plan is they've actually gone in and taken even a closer look at it and come up with some concepts that would result in what we're estimating is about $350,000 in savings in a 4-year period. So it sounds, I recognize it's kind of like a juxtaposition. It's a big number, and it's a number worth talking about. But it's also, when you consider we're spending almost $11 million every year over 4 years, the percentage is not that big. So keep that in mind. And I don't want to diminish. I don't want to diminish anything here, but also recognize that in the grand scheme of it, there's not huge dollars there. But the idea behind all of this is that it's really about limiting remobilization to the greatest extent possible. And the idea behind that is the equipment that is on site whenever we're doing the recycling and paving costs a lot of money. I mean, those things to operate on an hourly basis cost a lot of money. And any day that they have to load that thing up on floats and move to the next site, that machine is not making the contractor money. So they put that cost into the overall cost of the work they're doing. Not only that, the staff have to be housed longer because you're moving from site to site. So the housing costs are there. There's a whole bunch of inefficiency costs that are, again, with a system the size that we have, there's just no getting around that. That's part of the cost of being able to do what we do. But what staff have done, and I'll just quickly show you, the roads that are shown in here are no different than the roads in the current 4-year plan. But what staff have done is figured out even a more efficient way to spread that work out or to do that work on any given year. The difference between this plan and the plan that council's seen before is that the kilometers actually start to go up and down a little bit more. So I'll use the pink as an example. So if we're proposing, if council wants to look at this, we're not suggesting this is actually, there's any budget savings associated with this in 2023. Rather, what's going to happen is it creates efficiencies because we're going to continue to budget the same amount every year, and by the end of it, we should be able to accomplish what we expected to accomplish, but in that budget have that remaining $350,000 estimated. And it's all predicated on the market being predictable, which we all know it's not. So, but we're providing, or what I hope is conveyed here is we're providing council with some options, some ideas on how we can continue to find efficiencies in the work we do, because that's what this is all about. And again, credit to the staff that have put a lot of time and effort into thinking about this. So, focusing on the pink, which is probably the best case scenario, contractor realistically only has to drop their equipment once in 2023, and they're able to do all of that work. So all the trucks, all the materials, all the traffic control signage, the staffing, it's all focused in one area. So great benefits, minimizes their lost productivity and production costs. Housing and meal allowances are all minimized by that. The other benefit, which is more of a long-term thinking benefit, is it does create future efficiencies for preventative maintenance. So if you follow this program now and kind of get on this program going forward, what it means is whenever you come back to start doing microsurfacing, the same theory applies. So the 350 that I'm talking about is just from the paving side of it. It's not from the future benefit that we see. The other thing too, which is a great benefit to our staff, is that if they're able to get in and do 40 to 50 kilometers of paving a lot more efficiently, then our staff are freed up too and able to kind of get on to other tasks and do other work. So a lot of great benefits associated with it. Certainly, I recognize too there's some disadvantages to it. One is that there's a greater variation in work accomplishment. So some years we're going to be doing a greater amount of kilometers. Some years we'd be doing less kilometers. And what that means, you got to use reserves a little bit more. And the other disadvantage too is, if we're focused here, may be awesome for North Dundas if they're paving in Chesterville, but perhaps for South Glengarry if they're trying to pave in Baynesville, that relocation cost is a little bit more applicable. That all being said, if council wants us to provide further information or go this way, we can, I think from an organizational perspective, certainly sharing this with the local municipalities, letting them know what our plans are, then they can also plan accordingly. So there is some value to, I think we can minimize that impact. So really for us, we see it as this is a more strategic approach to the paving work that we do. It keeps production rates continuous, and we think that this might provide council with some more opportunity at the end of its term. The other thing that I should note too is that so if we propose the pink in 2023, does it look pink on? Yeah, it's good. It looks pink there too. If we propose the pink this year, it's a lesser kilometers, but this comes back to the adage, we've had this discussion around the table before, is whenever the price of asphalt is low, that's the best time to be doing more paving, right? You get more kilometers for your dollar. We're in a time right now where the cost per kilometer is very high, the highest that I've ever seen in my career. So if there was ever a year to actually, I guess, strategically adopt this would be the year to do it. So I'll leave that with council. Maybe we return to it at the end. There's advantages and disadvantages, and I think from a staff perspective, there's no budget implication this year. We'd still propose the same budget. It's just that we don't, we'd be putting some money in reserves and then using those reserves as we get to a year where there's higher, for example, if the blue is 52 kilometers, then we need more money. We'd be using that. And the other thing I should note in this one as well is there's no getting around a year where we have to have high, like a great number of moves. So, the yellow year, which would probably be the final year of the paving, there is going to be those mobilization costs, but there's just no getting around that we're going to have an instance like that. Option for council. So we have included the Dead Man's Curve project in the budget for $300,000. One opportunity that council has, and credit to CAO Adams who suggested this, is one opportunity is we could, rather than actually include it in the budget, is if the project happens in 2023, which we have an expectation it will, but, you know, there is still a lot. We're working with the developer, and, you know, that we're somewhat beholden to the priorities that they have. We could remove it from the budget and pay from reserves if it happens in 2023 and just repay our reserves next year. So it's a way that we don't have to tax for that project without certainty that it would happen. Another option is delay the repayment of the AC reserve, and that would result in $308,000 in savings. We talked about Williamstown, but we could, because we, you know, as the 4-year plan stands right now, we're not looking at paving until 2025. So it really does give us an extra year before we actually have to get in and do that. The risk, of course, is that the sewer continues to deteriorate and we have some issues at the surface. But it is an option for council if they're looking to find some savings. Eastman Creek is the culvert we consider the best of the worst. So if we needed to defer a culvert project, that's one where we could defer the lining, continue to monitor it, and reintroduce it next year. Another option is similar to what we talked about with the Dead Man's Curve project. On the Inkerman Bridge, we could use reserves to offset that cost, and so we have about $100,000 in design fees, $400,000 for the girders. So if we wanted to just say, no, we'll pay for the girders out of reserve and then we'll just repay it whenever we budget for that project next year, that's a viable option for council. If council wanted to add money into the budget, the suggestion would be to reduce the reserves we're using for County Road 22 because you know, that will put, I see just looking ahead, that's going to put a lot of pressure on our budget next year, being able to fund that project. So if we want to try and bridge some of that pressure, using more money, more taxation towards County Road 22 would be a great option for council to consider. And the other one that I think, I keep bringing this one up because it has been one of those nice to do projects. It's getting, every year that goes by, it gets closer to a need to do project. But on County Road 31, we have, it's called the Hollister Pipe Battery. It's just south of the Cass Bridge. There's a bunch of cross culverts that are sitting in the air, more or less. They're there for flood control. They were installed a long time ago when County Road 31 used to flood. There's much better control of County Road 31. Those pipes are not used. We have done a hydraulic study. We do have to keep 1 or 2 of them, but the rest of them can actually be abandoned. And before those pipes really start to fall apart, we can abandon them without impacting the roadway. So that is a project that if council wanted to add some more money into the budget, we would be happy to start undertaking that work. And what's great about that project, I should say, is that if we have, you know, if council added $300,000, we could abandon perhaps 3 of the 5 culverts, that kind of thing. So there's some flexibility even in that project. So that's the summary of the options, and I guess that's the end of my presentation. So Mike and I are here to answer any questions.
Excuse me. Thank you, Ben. Questions, comments, thoughts on any of the things presented by Mr. DeHaan? Councillor Bergeron?
Just one overall comment. I think it's a good idea to do the paving as groupings. It makes more sense. And like you say, if this year we have less kilometers to do, you just put that extra money in reserves for the next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. I don't see any need to make any more cuts, any reductions. If we want to increase something that the Hollister Bridge, I could see us doing that. But at this point, I'm happy with with what's been presented to us, and I think that's what the direction we should go. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Densham.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. And yeah, I'm a big fan of the working smarter, not harder. So the coordinated effort makes a whole lot of sense to me. To me, I kind of take a longer term view on this. I really appreciated the 10-year view that you had on the operation of the replacement of equipment, and 10 years looking at equipment is probably the right way to do it. Of course, we're talking about assets here that probably last far longer than 10 years. And so what I struggle with, I guess, is rather than looking at the short term within a 4-year view, what's the 50-year view on this? Because it's a lot easier to steer a big ship in little increments early rather than trying to shift quickly. And I haven't lived the history that a number of you guys may have lived, but are we on the right trajectory to have enough money, not just for 4 years, but for 20 years from now? And what are your thoughts on that?
I'll start, but certainly if, Rebecca, if you want to chime in with kind of the grander asset management plan, I'm happy to defer. Yeah, I think the challenge that we often have with, and this is my personal opinion, the challenge we have with looking at like for example, a 50-year asset management plan for roadways is what 50 years has a hard time accounting for is, is like climate change, for example, and like a freeze thaw where all of a sudden your deterioration profiles that you've created for that 50-year and the activities you're doing, I start to question the accuracy of it. From a road perspective, I think a 4 to 10 year outlook is probably you can be relatively accurate with that. Bridges, I think 50 years is a very reasonable outlook we have, and in our OSIM inspections, and council will see that whenever the OSIM inspections are done, we come back and we provide an overall bridge management plan that not only talks about what we need to do in the next 2 years, but essentially the next 20 years to 50 years, like what's coming at us. So I guess all this to say, there is a lot of, we do have a lot of those long-term views in place. From the road perspective, a very simple way I like to think of it, and the philosophy we've taken here in this department is, if we have 1,000 centerline kilometers of roadway last 20 years, you got to be paving 50 kilometers a year. That distributes your age very accurate, very evenly. But the County Road 31s and where you have 10,000 cars, and the County Road 8s that are built on a swamp may not last 20 years. But we have some roads that last longer. So it's a good simplistic way to look at it. So that's a nice target that I've always liked to point out to council as if we're doing around 50 kilometers a year, we're doing pretty good.
Just supplemental. So I'm a big fan of smoothing the curve, basically. So if you're feeling comfortable that we're on the right trajectory, we're not going to see a big hiccup 3 years from now, or leave the next term with an albatross around his neck, then I'm comfortable with what you presented. So thank you.
Yeah, I think, and I'm sure Mike would agree with this. Like our biggest challenge over this term of council. Well, not only is kind of the market volatility that everything is affected by, but the bridges are our big challenge right now. What we saw 10 years ago in looking ahead is not what we're actually seeing. Like we've seen a more rapid deterioration and fall off on our bridges, and that's it comes back to that idea of you can reasonably estimate things, but then when you start to get into the granularity of it, it is a little bit different. So. But I think we've got a good program in front of council here, and I'm comfortable with it. We're not at a point where we have to close bridges, and that's a sign we're not doing something right.
Councillor Lang.
Thank you, Mr. Warden, and through you. Thanks, Ben. And it seems like you guys have put a lot of effort, a lot of thought into it. I'm sure you have. It's a big budget. It's over half of what we do here, I guess. I'm comfortable with where you are. There's nothing that I would want to cut. We're coming in overall budget under 4% in a year where inflation was almost 7%. So if anything, and it would depend on the rest of council, but if anything, I would want to add to it a little bit. And my thought would be to go to County Road 2022, Dyer Road. Just, you're saying it's going to put some strain on our budget next year. So that's where I would be to add something to that, because I'm quite comfortable at 4% or under 4% in a year of 6.8 inflation. I mean, I'm just worried we may be going backwards a little bit.
Councillor St. Pierre.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Warden. I do agree as well. I think we have to continue having an aggressive plan in terms of bridges and roads. I guess my question is on the 4-year road plan, and I understand and I totally agree efficiencies is the way to go. But if we're starting to kind of lump in and do work in specific areas in a specific year, is there a risk that, because your 4-year plan before was a little bit more spread out, is there a risk that there are roads that should be done in 2023 and 2024 that may be now slated for 25 or 26, and that may cost us more money because we are deferring, you know, certain roads. You know, yeah, maybe up front we've got some efficiencies, but would we potentially, is there a risk that we're going to see additional costs because we're deferring that for a couple years down the road? Thank you.
Yeah, and it's a fantastic point, and it is something that we are aware of. Fortunately, I don't know if it's a fortunate thing to say, we're at a point with the condition of our roadways based on construction and materials where we are, before we resurface, we're doing a rehabilitation, we're recycling what's underneath it. More costly per kilometer to do that instead of just putting new asphalt over the old asphalt. But the advantage of it is it actually does give us a little bit of flexibility to allow a touch more deterioration to happen. So we have that flexibility. So it's not something with the current cycle we're in that I'd be worried about. We are getting to a point where we're seeing the benefit of some of the good investments we've made. I'm going to toot my horn a little bit, like at the start of my career. So we're, you know, some of those investments hopefully are going to start to pay off where we don't actually have to do that rehabilitation to what's underlaying. And when we get to that, that's where it becomes more of a concern. But in this cycle, I think there was very few sections where we are just doing an overlay. Rather, it was, you know, chewing up what's underneath, adding some asphalt cement to it, and then paving over top of it.
Further comments? Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. I would echo Martin's or Councillor Lang's sentiment in that, if anything, I could see more going in because we are in a 40-year high inflation. Like that is a reality. It is a unique budget. So if anybody has any will to perhaps not take the reserves out to save for next year for Dyer Road, I'd like that. And then as we were talking about the efficiencies, which is great, especially the knock-on effects you mentioned with, you know, like you're repatching it, et cetera, down the road, like that all makes sense. Would this have any impact on our local tenders in that, you know, I don't know if when you scatter your tenders in the old way, you know, maybe we would pick up on, as a joint tender on some of them. By doing this, we would only have really 1 year where we could go on a joint tender, and that may affect the lower tier prices. So like directly for the counties, it might be good, but for indirectly for all the lower tiers, it might not be. That was just a thought. Maybe it's a different process or a different tender because I know there's surface treatment, asphalt, et cetera, and levels of service, but would there be detrimental impacts for the lower tiers on some of our paving?
Yeah, and the answer to that is certainly, unless the local municipality is kind of within that area where the equipment doesn't have to actually get onto a float, you're right, there is an impact there. Is it significantly changed to what you have now? Unless you are working right beside us, it doesn't. So local municipalities should still benefit from the volume we're doing, but there, you know, I don't think the local municipality, unless it was right beside, is going to see the same kind of pricing that we would see. Hopefully. I mean, this is all this side of the table, right? And it's very easy for us to say this on this side of the table, but I think we have a good understanding of how that world works. So I don't know if that really answers. The answer is potentially, yeah, that it is at a little bit of a disadvantage to the local municipality, but not a significant disadvantage compared to today.
Just to clarify for myself, then you see the benefits to us mostly in volume, and then the next benefit, which is hard to quantify, would be proximity to the project. But the most benefit is from the volume, which still exists. Yes. Thank you.
Councillor Landry.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. So thanks both Ben and Mike. I think I'll support what Councillor McDonald said as far as what's been presented in front of us. I'm very pleased. I know 2022 was a challenging year, so there was a lot of project that came back, price of AC. There was a lot that affected where there was overage we're going through, either in filtering more money into it or deferring a project. Do you feel confident that with what we've engineering studies, what we've done, and how the market is, but is it something you're confident that we're not going to see a repeat of 2022 and we're more adapt to the new way of or prices of material?
Just a second. So the answer is no. Yeah. You can film that. Yeah, I wish I could say I had great confidence. I think we're still we're still in a strange time when it comes to pricing of stuff. I mean, just look at the grocery store is as an example of, consumer goods and the purchasing of goods. So we've tried to account for it, but it has now been 8-9 months since we've tendered a bridge project, and so I would not be shocked to be shocked. Let me put it to you that way.
Councillor McGillis.
I guess it's going around the table, so I'll feel lonely if I don't say anything. Yeah, I think I'll agree too as well from my colleagues here with Councillor Landry and Councillor McDonald. I think I will accept the presentation as you're on record for what you said in terms of what you want to spend and what you earmarked for reserves. So I think your report to me, as far as I'm concerned, it doesn't affect the percentage at the end of the day in terms of what we're going to increase our taxes. I think I'm happy with the way it was presented at this time.
We can continue this. This is a large discussion and it's an important discussion. So if there's any other thoughts? Yes, Mr. Gahan.
I know it sounded like there was relative support for the idea of further, we'll call it efficiencies and refined grouping to the 4-year plan. Is that, I guess I just want to, because we are at a point where we're ready to issue this tender, subject to council saying they're happy with the budget.
I'll ask the question then.
Yeah, I would just love
we'll
that
get some
clarity.
confirmation on the mobilization Optimus Prime. Mr. Dahan is wondering about and I think you're selling it in the wrong way, but I'm not as acquainted with it as you are. This is a long-term project, the mobilization. In 7, 8, 9 years, whenever you do the micro-surfacing, they're going to go to one spot and do it. And whenever they have crack repairs, one spot. Whenever it's time to redo it, I think it's in my mind, it's less of a short-term advantage. It's more of a lifetime advantage as we go down the path of that, and to some of the concerns maybe expressed by Councillor McDonald. When I listened to your comment about the proximity, I think the county roads in your area are going to be looked after on a regular at once and maintained at one time, and preventive maintenance at one time. I think that's going to be an advantage to the local residents. More so than picking up on the proximity part of it. I'm just trying to support this idea, but I think head nods. Is there support for the mobilization? Yeah. Okay. And if you could clarify for me, Mr. Dahan, as Councillor McDonald was suggesting, the status quo on the presentation plus there was extra money that you were talking about putting in. It was Councillor Lang at the end then, talking about the extra money's going towards Dwyer Road, or County Road 22.
It's an idea I had. If the rest of stuff, I'm happy with the way the budget is. I'm just thinking I would be okay if we put a little more in to Dwyer Road, but only if the rest of you are in favor. But otherwise, I'm good with it where it is too.
Okay. Pardon? Yes, but Councillor McGillis.
This is just something a little bit different. It's still a budget item in the future. Can I ask you what did, for your roads needs study for the future, number 2, is that on the list in this term?
It's on as a micro. Yeah, it's shown as a micro. So we do have a preventative maintenance treatment proposed, and that was shown. That was included and identified in the road needs study.
Thank you. You said micro. Right now it's asphalt. Am I correct?
It is. So the microsurfacing goes over top of the asphalt.
Right.
It gets rid of all the cracks. It feels a little bit rougher on the roadway, but it adds it preserves the roadway.
Can I follow up on this? Thank you. Well, we look at the traffic volume on number 2. Does it justify micro? When you look at the way we've been doing it in the past, I'm not a very big fan of micro because of the roughness and everything like that. But that road is probably one of the most busiest roads, if I'm not mistaken. To me, it should stay asphalt, but we'll talk about that another time.
Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. I think this is a good budget, and I'd be happy to support what it has been presented. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Okay, so I'm going to go around and look for, as it's been suggested, a straw poll on the status quo to what's been presented. Fair enough. Is there anything further from you, Mr. DeHaan? Madam Clerk, we're going to move on to 4.2. Is there something?
Through you, Mr. Warden, if council is ready to adopt the budget as amended, I could go through. I have a motion prepared that reflects the minor amendments that we discussed today earlier, and then another motion to approve it as a whole as amended.
Please go ahead.
I do have a draft motion. Rebecca, please correct me if I'm wrong. It reads that the 2023 budget be amended by the following. Increase the council donation to local fairs by $9,000 for $18,000 total. Increase the warden's banquet budget by $2,000 for $7,000 total. Increase the 911 services budget by $2,700 for $33,000 total. Increase the planning department revenue by $30,000, and increase the roadside forestry budget by $10,000 for $45,000 total. Is that correct? So through you, Mr. Warden, I don't think that affects the 3.72 with all of those changes reflected.
And to Councillor McDonald's comment, I do appreciate the good hard thought and expressed by my fellow councillors, and to the department heads, the directors, the managers, and all the staff that helped put this together to present to us. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Madam Clerk.
So through you, Mr. Warden, that motion that reflects the amendments does require a mover and a seconder. Councillor McDonald, seconder. Councillor Laundrie. Okay, so it's moved by Councillor McDonald, seconded by Councillor Laundrie. All in favor?
all in favor, opposed?
Come on, help me out here.
My job here is done.
No, it's not.
All those in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, carried.
And then there's one motion to wrap it all up. The draft motion reads that the Council of the United Counties of Stormont, Dundas, and Glengarry approve the 2023 budget as amended. It does require a mover and a seconder. McGillis. Seconder. Guindon. So it's moved by Councillor McGillis and seconded by Councillor Guindon.
All those in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, that's carried.
Thank you.
Is it 4.2 now, Madam Clerk?
It's moved by Councillor Densham, seconded by Councillor McDonald, that bylaw number 5385, being a bylaw to authorize a 3-year enterprise agreement and license and service agreement between the United Counties of Stormont, Dundas, and Glengarry and ESRI Canada Limited, be read and passed in open council, signed and sealed.
All those in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, carried. And 4.3.
It's moved by Councillor Laundrie, seconded by Councillor McGillis, that bylaw number 5386, being a bylaw to enter into an updated memorandum of understanding with South Nation Conservation to support the management of county forests, roadside tree program, and woodlot advisory service, be read and passed in open council, signed and sealed.
I see we have Mr. Duncan at the table with Mr. DeHaan. Is there a presentation to this?
No, if there's any questions, this is just reflecting kind of the revised the revised relationship between South Nation and SDG. It's all good. Everybody's in agreement. It's going to the South Nation board.
Should be, if not in March.
If not February and March, but so this is just our end of the agreement.
Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, that's carried. And the adjournment.
It's moved by Councillor McDonald, seconded by Councillor McGillis, that council adjourn the meeting.
All those in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, it's carried.